I say, oh, do you know what? This has been covered in the news on Randy's show, then it was covered on Jamie's, then it was covered on Nick's, and now it's come round to us. And just come out with something different, to be different. It's, to be honest with you, when Behringer come out, with any sort of product, I go, well, I have to, on principle, automatically hate it.
Yes.
do you know what I mean? I just have to automatically hate it.
That's the Ty Unwin perspective.
Yeah. It really, no, honestly, it really is. And it's like, okay, all right, so they've done a little desktop Selena, and it sounds quite Selena-ish. But I do stand by the comment I made about it's not the hardest sound in the world to recreate in the digital world.
No.
It's a pretty straightforward thing to do. And is there really a need for a Selena module? Not really.
No,
Not
there
really.
isn't. But is there a desire for one?
Not that I've come across.
Well, I'd like one. I personally, I couldn't afford a Selena, and there's something about the string sound. I mean, when the Strike Fet came out, I bought one because I wanted that. Sorry, it's a bit cliched. I wanted that Jean-Michel Jarre sound.
And you were disappointed by the Stripefest, weren't you?
Well, I have two small stone phasers.
Yeah.
And if I feed it through my mixer and then through the small stones and then back into the mix, it actually sounds pretty good. But it is digital. It is slightly more harsh.
Yeah, it doesn't quite catch it.
It hasn't. It doesn't have that.
Yeah.
I cringe. That analog warmth that a Selena actually has.
Yeah, but the thing is,
I mean, is it the wooden end cheeks? I don't know, but it. There's something about the sound, and if Behringer have recreated the analog circuitry to provide that string sound, and as as you said on PSN, without the ensemble, it just sounds like shit.
God, yeah.
It's all about the effects.
Yeah. Oh Christ, yeah.
And therefore, an analog string synth that, if it was £199 or £200 or even £250, you think, yeah, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
At £350, you start thinking, well, for not much more, for £400 or £500 at the moment, what could I get? But the problem is, as we've seen with the Korg pricing and with the Moog pricing, shit's going to start getting really expensive.
Yeah, that's true enough.
And I mean, my advice would be, if you can buy a Hydrasynth at the moment, buy it, because it's not going to get cheaper.
Yeah.
We are not going to see that race to the bottom. And to be honest, I don't think Behringer are going to be able to make their £49, pocket synths.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, I can still see it going to get a lot worse before it gets any better.
Yeah, I think it's going to take us 2 years,
I think
at least.
I think even some of these prices that you do end up seeing, you're going, oh my godfathers, are not where it's going to end.
No. But
very, very horrible.
But the prices are going to go back to, effectively the early 80s, where I think that it's possible that many people are actually going to be priced out of the market. And it's not that, I mean, Behringer sort of led the race down the price chain. So, the fact that you could buy things like Korg Op6s for whatever they were, or Wave Stations, and, all these things were available, then they have almost backed themselves into a corner. And, as some of us know very, very personally, trying to get yourself out of a corner can be very interesting. And if people are used to a company delivering a reasonable product, should we say, at a affordable price, suddenly that reasonable product starts to sound very expensive. But when they then go and actually look at all the other suppliers who are going to be hit in exactly the same way, and Moog said 60-something% on a Moog one. It's going up.
Something like that, yeah.
I mean, that's a shit
few
load of
quid.
money.
There's a few quid, mate. Yeah.
So I don't know where I don't know where we're going to go. I do think that there is actually going to be more of a drive towards software synths, and it will be interesting to see how that side of the market reacts to
Well, you say that
inflationary pressures.
when you said about not being able to afford a Selena, and you've got a couple of stone phases and stuff like that. Now, on the show, when I said about this is something you can recreate digitally, right?
Yeah.
And I thought, I'm trying to think, okay, what can? So I've just gone and had a look. I've just called this one up. Hang on. Yeah. And you're pretty much
that
there.
sounds
yeah?
pretty good.
And that's Zebra 2. And we're talking 6-year-old technology, 7-year-old plug-in.
Yeah.
It's easy to do, and and this one even comes with the, the fake stone phaser as well.
Yeah.
And
But the problem with VSTs is that you then need a computer which is going to be powerful enough to provide you with, X number of. One of the reasons why I sort of like playing real instruments is that I don't have to use a computer. I don't have to. My computer doesn't have to host, whatever. It doesn't have to load up a 1 gig sample into memory. All this sort of stuff. I've got the hardware.
Yeah.
And I can plug one synth in, or I can plug 10 synths in, and I can just, make whatever shit that I make.
Yeah. Well, I think this entire Zebra 2 is about 80 meg. And in all honesty, because we could even go down the rabbit hole of like, I can understand, about having to have a computer and everything like that, but MPCs, ASMs, they're computers, mate. Can't really get away from it.
But it's
even
one
Hydra
thing buying a Mac M2, a M2 Mini, and 64 gig, 1 terabyte hard disk, blah blah blah, X £1,000, or ASM Hydrasynth at the moment, if you can still buy one, what, 1,400 quid, 1,500 quid?
For the deluxe,
Yeah.
I think the little one is the 49 is well under that, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
But I mean, this plug-in will run on a 15-year-old laptop, for Christ's sake, without straining it at all. It's because it's all numbers. It's not sound libraries in like sampling libraries. This is physical numbers. And it can be done. And this is what I say. But I haven't heard any noise out there about people dying for a Selena clone. I must admit.
When they first announced it, I was all over it. I've got to say, it was just like, yes, this is what I want.
Yeah, but it's either I've misread it, or you're the exception to the rule, or it's a bit of both.
I'm probably the exception. It's sort of it goes.
Like I
with
said
me.
before, it's Behringer. I automatically have to go. It's shit.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's my mantra.
I know.
Yeah. It's written in our good book.
Well, Behringer is very much that. It's not the professional market. It's not one of the established professionals, and they did go through a period of some interesting hardware quality issues, But to be honest, every manufacturer has gone through some very interesting hardware
Oh Christ!
issues.
Roland
It's just
done some beauties in the past.
yeah, it's just they haven't sold sort of quantities because of the market that Behringer is obviously targeting.
Yeah. Well, Behringer is a box shifting company.
Yeah, yeah,
And
and
when
a
supply
200
is bad,
quid,
it's not going to work out well, is it?
yeah, a
the
200
thing.
quid Selena. Sort of, it really interested me. I mean, I paid more than that for the Strike Vet.
You got your YouTube running.
Evening, someone's got the YouTube running.
You got yeah.
Nice to see you guys again. What's happening?
Hello, babe. You all right?
Yeah. I just heard, sorry to interject, I just heard about the Selena. And I saw that on some email or something, sent something. My main question isn't about Behringer. It's going to be a generational thing because other than Jar and it was Jar, but even he used the Eminent and then he used the Small Stone Phaser. Why would anybody want a Selena now?
Gary Wright,
They
Dreamweaver.
sound good.
Do they? I mean,
Yeah, there is something to me, and obviously I'm a Jar fan. And by the way, Jar is doing a new album. I think he announced today. He's put some. He's put it out an intro to the new album. So I'm a Jar fan. There is something about that sound. I mean, it's like a Hammond organ. You know, it's just one of those sounds that to perhaps some of us of a certain age,
but I think
it's just so evocative.
It is, Sass. It's a generational thing because I've got Oxygen. I mean, I've got the surround version. I've got the stereo. I've got it on vinyl. And yeah, without the phaser, the Selena's all right. Yeah, do you know what I mean? So I have to ask myself, if you're born post 1980 or even 1990, why would you want that? So, I was thinking about this actually the other day. I thought there's a lot of synths where you have to be of a certain time or a fan of a music of a certain time to hanker after them, because otherwise they're, all right. Ken obviously knows that the maintenance, buying them, and even the newer variants of these synths, they're not cheap.
No.
The newer Prophets, they're certainly not cheap. I mean, we can endlessly talk about hard times, and we've got, worldwide economic issues. So that just compounds everything. But I mean, even back then they weren't cheap. But what it is, I think the nostalgia is more about you're hankering after something rather than once it's with you. Because I can remember years ago I had this conversation with Kent where, Kent, I remember you saying to me that the most incredible thing about Oxygen is how clean even the original recording is, considering
the amount of noisy shit he was using. Yeah.
Yeah, he was using absolute rubbish. He wasn't, most of it, I think most, if not all of it, was recorded in his home studio. And then it was mixed perhaps somewhere else. But what's incredible is that it's all synths and you're using phasers and everything. And the noise floor is incredible.
Yeah.
And it's the same with Tangerine Dream. If you listen to older versions of their albums, they're quiet. And then when they did the remasters, they basically
Too loud.
You think they're too loud? So you like a more sort of more dynamic range?
Yes, very much. I'm very much one of those people. I when I was younger, I used to. This is going to make me out to be a bit of a geek, but I used to go and watch concerts quite a lot, orchestral concerts.
Yes. So you like
there's something about that, the silence, the dynamic range, the fluidity that you don't necessarily get when something's been remastered to.
Yeah. there's more of an, and again, it's a generational thing because there's obviously going to be. I mean, I bought the Orbital 30-something CD, and I was listening to that, and I like those versions. But it's interesting because I've got all the originals from the albums and the vinyl, and even though those were made in the 90s, there's a completely different dynamic to the sound. You know, because clearly, I mean, some of it I think is to do with the technology of the time. I mean, now, you know, people use sidechain as an effect, and it's built into some groove boxes where you can just use sidechain compression.
And it could be really irritating at times.
Yeah, but back then that was something that was actually. It's like the whole gated reverb thing that Phil Collins made famous, but was actually accidentally discovered during the Peter Gabriel album, one of his albums. You know, it's a similar thing. Some of the greatest kind of effects we've heard have been a case of somebody has tried to do one thing, and they've ended up accidentally doing something else.
Yeah.
You know?
But as Wagyu said earlier on in the chat, the string machines with the phasers gives that constantly evolving sound.
Yeah. It's just,
and there's, you know, it's like listening to waves crashing on a beach. There's just something really evocative about that slow movement.
You need the movement, otherwise it's flat without it. You know?
No, you've just got to hold down chord and then just let it, you know.
Yeah, evolve.
And let it move, yeah.
Yes.
And that's the thing about on a Selena. When you've got a Selena, if you actually look at the actual grassroots sound engine, you turn off the ensemble and you play it, and you're going, oh my God, it's a polyphonic stylophone.
Yes, and it is. It is exactly that. Yes.
Yeah, and it's sort of like.
Are you guys hearing that scratchy audio as well on the thing?
So here's a question, Ken.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been a while since I've had my hands on a Polymoog. What was the Polymoog like without effects? That didn't sound good at all, from my recollection. Even with Vox Humana and all those.
You had the. It was almost like a cross mod between the two VCOs that wasn't constant, which gave it a kind of ensemble kind of effect. But if you really wanted the Polymoog to sound better than it was, it was you buy a.
You had to use a phaser as well, right?
Exactly. You buy £4,000 Polymoog, and then you put it through £80,000 worth of effects.
And a noise gate. You needed it. Yeah.
Man, a noise gate, and preferably a professional tech on hand 24/7.
Yeah.
Because it will break down simply because of using it.
So what was the difference between, I'm trying to remember, there was the Polymoog synthesizer, and then there was the Polymoog keyboard. One of them didn't have, so the keyboard never had any programmability at all, other than a bit of filter.
No, it gets worse. The Polymoog synthesizer was named later. The Polymoog synthesizer was also called the Polymoog keyboard, as well as the Polymoog keyboard, which was the one that only had the presets. Just to fuck everything up.
I remember seeing one years ago at Adidas in the second-hand section, and I thought, oh, it's a Moog. And when I flipped the switch, I just heard noise, and I thought, I haven't even pressed a key yet. What the fuck's going on? I remember going to the
incredibly noisy. Yeah.
I remember thinking, man, this is dreadful.
And this is another thing where they did it. Sorry.
So I was just going to say, have you still got a YouTube window open, or are you using speakers and we're getting feedback? Because there's a lot of chirping bird noise that we're getting.
I've not got YouTube open, no.
Oh, it's picking up our voices on the speakers.
Yeah.
And then shoving it back to us.
Back through your headphones, I think.
Because when you talk SAS, it doesn't do it.
If you go to your settings and click on audio and perhaps click on echo cancellation, in StreamYard.
Is that better?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, perfect.
Excellent.
Yeah, there we are.
You know what I actually
there we
did?
go.
I actually switched echo cancellation off.
Now we know
Oh,
what the
you
settings
fool,
are for.
you amateur.
Yeah. It's ironic, isn't it? You spend years in tech, and then some of the software settings actually end up. I think you know what it is? When you switch a program on, the cookies have one setting of parameters. And this is really bizarre. This is only something I've realized. It's kind of like I've got some antiviral software on my phone, and sometimes it'll flag up and say, web protection services have been disabled by this app. Do you wish to turn them on again? And when you actually go into the settings, it'll say they're still on. And you're thinking, well, why has this notification come up? Because somewhere another piece of software hasn't spoken to the other piece of software in the right tone of voice.
Yeah.
So for some peculiar reason, it's...
Tell me about it. I think it was on Tuesday or Wednesday. Wednesday, I think. I installed a piece of software called Voice Meter, and it was Voice Meter Banana, because I was thinking about being able to line up one of these YouTube videos of 80s synth hits and doing a quiz type thing around it. So I wanted to be able to feed YouTube video into the StreamYard stream. And on a PC you can't do that easily. You have to use internal routing software.
Yeah.
So I installed this fucking software that has just hijacked my audio to the extent where I'm going to probably end up deleting it, even though it does do what it's meant to do. It's the fact that it doesn't do it when I want it to do it. It does it the rest of the time.
Have you looked on forums or tried to go into the registry perhaps and tweak a few things?
Oh yeah. I mean, I was used to using virtual audio cables.
Right, okay.
But it doesn't feel right on Windows 10, so I thought there's got to be an easy way of integrating, using something with StreamYard. So I did a Google search for StreamYard and audio routing. And the recommendation from StreamYard themselves is that you use this software. And I've got a StreamYard account, although a free one, so I can't do anything more than 6 hours without them saying I'm a cheap arse or whatever. And I configured it, and it does work. But the problem is you can't just turn it off. If you want to go back to your normal audio routing, you have to configure everything again manually. And it's just like, oh, for fuck's sake,
Here's a question for everyone. I probably won't be able to read it on the forum right now because I'm using a phone on the YouTube chat. Has anybody here got... Firstly, has anybody got any DVD audio discs that they listen to, like albums? For instance, The Doors, Depeche Mode, Jar, whoever. And have they found they've got any discs that don't actually work, even if they're using an optical out going to their amplifier? You can't hear the mix in 5.1. I'll throw that out. Somebody might...
I used to have with my DVD players. There was always a setting you could change between PCM audio or brain fart. I can't remember what the other option was.
Yeah, Sas, on a lot of these discs, some of the discs, for instance, all the Pink Floyd Immersion ones, because I'm waiting for Animals to come out, all the Pink Floyd Immersion discs work fine. Because when you put the disc in, you'll actually see a bit of film and it'll be a loop, and then there's nice menus so you can choose between DTS, which is a high resolution, or PCM stereo, or just surround in whatever 96K or 48. But some of the discs that are done by some of these companies, because I've got some Emerson Lake Palmer albums, I think Stephen Wilson mixes. The funny thing is, I had an old PC with surround speakers set up. I could hear those discs on there, but I cannot hear them on my DVD player with an optical cable.
I think you need to go into your DVD player's menu and play with the output settings on that.
But then won't it affect the discs that work?
Yes. It's going to be one of those things that
every time
you will have to work it out on a per disc basis, because God forbid they apply to a standard, you know.
Because then the only other solution is to get, and what's stopping me getting a DVD player is that I'd rather just get, my other workaround was going to be to get one of these new Atmos surround sound bars and then use the HDMI. No, but the DVD player is so old, it doesn't have HDMI output. Oh, well, it's all right. I'll do as what you've suggested. I'll see if there's a menu. I'll have to probably...
Yeah, there should be something in the audio settings on the DVD player itself. But also, to be honest, if you can get an output from the DVD drive on a computer, just use that. I mean, the
thing is,
I'm happy to be shot down, but I think there is an awful lot of bullshit around the quality of DVD players. I think there is a difference if something is going to be used mobile, like with the old CD players, but at the end of the day, all you're doing is getting a digital output stream from a disc, and it's then being converted by something else. So I would imagine that the El Cheapo average DVD player, would
the other
probably
issue then is you're
give
right
you the
about
output you
standards.
want.
Yeah, I think you're right about standards, because another issue that's sort of muddied the waters a bit is that some of the companies, for instance, EMI and Universal, when they put out their stuff, all the Beatles stuff in surround for all the albums they've put out is on Blu-ray. So if you don't have a Blu-ray DVD player, forget about it. And I know that Revolver's going to come out as a special edition before the end of the year as well.
Yeah.
You know, so that's another issue. So then I sat there and I thought, I've had the same DVD player for years. I bought it from Richer Sounds because I've got some Kef X, and the rear is a wireless, and the
They
front
sound really good, actually.
Yeah, they do. They're really good, and I've got a sub as well, and I bought it years ago, and it wasn't cheap then. And the thing is, they sound incredible with the discs that work, but unfortunately, unless I upgrade my DVD player, I'm going to deep dive. I'm going to do as you've said. I'm going to try to deep dive into the menu settings, and if there's a way I can kind of lock something, I'll try. But if there isn't, it just means, you know, it's one of those things.
I mean, Rob, you know, by all means, speak to Rob Puratelli. He's just bought a new DVD player because he's getting into the surround sound stuff again.
I've been listening to him for years, man. I mean, it must be... I wrote an article, and it's up on my website about surround, and then I upgraded it because I originally wrote it for American Chronicles.
Yeah.
And I had to completely upgrade the article 5-6 years ago when I got it back because the website and the publication changed hands. And the editor, I think he sent out mail shots to a lot of people who wrote and said, look, we don't know what's going to happen and all this stuff. And if you want your articles, or just let us know, because... And I was happy about that because I thought, oh, that's nice, because otherwise someone else is going to, in perpetuity, just keep recycling your work. And I remember when I got it back, I tried to rewrite it even back then for the upcoming standards of audio, because I've always thought that surround sound, I mean, now Atmos is a thing, you know, which is another level, and you've got headphones. I've got the Kraftwerk 3D mixes where there's just one disc on there, which is just for any headphones, and it works on this kind of binaural principle. It's not the same as true surround, but
it's multi-phasing. Yeah,
they've taken they've done a really good job. You know, they've done a really good job.
Expanded on the old stereo 3D audio.
Yeah,
and
that's going to be something.
Characteristics.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting if you look at the systems in some cars. The top end audio systems, Harman Kardon, Bose. It's remarkable how, I mean, my old Audi A3 had a Bose surround system in it, and it always used to fascinate me how they managed to upscale a stereo disc and made it completely fill the car, you know?
I got it in the
Well,
Chrysler. The Boston one I got, but it's seven channel.
What's
in
that?
Chrysler. In the Boston sound system that's in the Chrysler 300C.
Yeah, but Ken, that's even better. I mean, now that I know they go to 9.1 and 5.1 or 7.1. I mean, they're still making. I mean, Pink Floyd's Animals. That's a 4-year-old mix that James Guthrie did. That's in 5.1. Why would anybody want? The thing is, it's like some of the Beatles stuff. I've heard it in surround because I've got the #1 album on DVD. If you set it on 5.1, it's odd listening to 2-channel stereo tracks in surround because they clearly haven't got the material to give it extra depth.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't even sound any more echoey.
Well, it was, but it wasn't mixed for that.
No, it wasn't.
And that's the problem. I mean, I'm perfectly happy listening to an old vinyl album on a very old deck with an old SME 3009 tone arm, listening through some 1960 something Leak TL12 valve amps.
The valve amps, yeah, with that crunch,
yeah, and a couple of Celestion Ditton speakers. And to be honest, I'm like a pig in shit. You know, I'm really happy with that. When I had money and I was married, I had a 5.1 system that would blow your socks off. There was over a kilowatt of amplification.
That's a lot.
Plus a 500 watt sub. So, you know, it was a real, in your face, great for movies. But actually, if I wanted to listen to music, I liked going back to my old vinyl. Possibly because, not necessarily because of sound quality, but because of familiarity. You knew when, you know, between two tracks, you'd hear that crackle. You know, and it's sort of, there was something comforting and homely about listening to the stuff you knew that you were familiar with and that you weren't stressing over it. Whereas with the 5.1 system, I was constantly adjusting it. I had all sorts of bloody measurement mics and all this sort of shit.
Because it was there.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it wasn't there, you would have been perfectly happy.
Yeah. Some of the albums, the mixes are completely different. It's like the Yazoo and Depeche albums, some of them really benefited from being opened up in 5.1 surround. And what's really remarkable is that the guys who did them, they managed to not only replicate the style of mixing of the producers of the time, but they also then had to validate their existence in 5.1. Ken, I'm serious. It's like the original mix of Depeche Mode, Songs of Faith and Devotion is very muddy in stereo. It's very grungy. It's too dense. But in 5.1, it really opens up. You know? It really opens up.
Synthetic is saying, you know, he's got his Dolby Pro Logic 5 system.
Yeah.
And there's no point having a sub on that because it would just piss his neighbours off. And there is that sort of consideration. And perhaps that's why there's now this move to having this surround
sound
using
bars,
binaural headphones.
Yeah, the Dolby
or
Atmos
sound
thing.
bars.
Yeah, sound bars. I mean, I've not tested them. I've not had the time, but I mean, I've read really good reviews. I mean, there's a few really good ones, but we're talking £1,500 for basically a large slab, which has got, you know, if you take the grill off, there's just speakers everywhere. And there's even a sub. And then they do say, well, if you need the sub, you can spend another £900 on that.
Yeah. But actually, you're better off having two subs. And I'm like, really?
Yeah.
You know, you need 2 subs?
Yeah.
Huh?
You know what it is, Ken? They've got it's basically like, it's kind of like there's 2 roads to go. There's the virtual surround road, which I think is going to suit everyone, because that's where the good money should really be going. And then there's the traditional surround road, which is you've got ceiling speakers, down firing, up firing, your standard. Now that road's only going to be for those who've got the money and the patience to
And
install.
to own the house that they live in. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and not only that, the likelihood is they're going to have a room or an outbuilding where they're just going to be able to do that with decent wall thickness, so that they don't piss off everybody else around them.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, it's weird because it's the same here. When I want to actually listen to a piece of music, and it doesn't matter if it's on CD or whether it's on DVD, I take it out to the Chrysler.
That's interesting.
I just sit in the Chrysler, because the system in the Chrysler is tuned for the interior of the Chrysler.
Yeah.
And just a couple of little adjustments.
Yeah, it's
and,
almost perfectly set up.
and it's perfectly set up, and it's just, the balances between the front and the back of the car, all done, right? And because she's in the state, you got that extra bit of air.
Yeah.
And even if it's a DVD, because you can watch it on the TV in the dashboard anyway,
Mm-hmm.
even while you're driving along. And that's a great way to listen to it, right? But
Yeah.
it also shows how much driving has changed, because in my Mustang, I got one speaker, it's about 4 inches across, and it doesn't matter, because if you play something through the cassette deck in there, you can't fucking hear it over the engine anyway.
No.
You know, and
I can remember
because it's tuned to the car, and you can't change. Well, you can, but theoretically, you don't change the interior of your car. It's the perfect environment to listen to the music, and you hear everything, even stuff that you could play in the front room. I got like those fucking great big Bronze 6 speakers in the front room.
Yeah.
Put it in the DVD player, give it some, and it comes out at you.
Yeah.
But I hear things in the mix in the car I don't hear in the front room, no matter how fucking loud it is.
Yeah, it's weird. That's why I was
weird, isn't
listening to. Yeah, whenever I bought Erasure. Basically Vince did this complete reworking of the Neon album and called it Dayglow. And I thought, you know what? I'm not going to listen to this in a home environment. I'll listen to this in the car. And it had a completely different psychological effect. And it was the same with the Orbital album. And now some people, when you're younger, obviously, you'll probably drive faster or slower, whatever. It wasn't that. You're more cognizant of what you're doing, but just listening to it in an environment where you know that everything's been set up for you. And it's a very sort of standardized environment, plus or minus the tweaks you're saying, Ken. You can change the bass to some degree, the treble, maybe alter the front and back balance, as well as the left and right. But you're not really going to be pissing around with it too much.
No.
Well, I would say I'm now jaded enough that if anything, I tend to lighten the bass, because it can be a bit too thumpy.
Yeah.
When I used to do mixes for. Yeah, when I used to do mixes for certain libraries, they used to say that if you can just... And I got into the habit of actually using shittest headphones I could find to check a mix before I'd finally print it, because I knew the bass would be... I needed something that didn't have overpowering bass. Otherwise, the tendency is... especially if you use a lot of analog gear, the tendency is to crank the bass up. Because
don't get me wrong. One of my friends who owned a recording studio up in Lancashire, actually had an Amstrad. I mean, this is obviously going back a year or two. Used to have an Amstrad stereo in the studio.
Is that the tower system?
It was a tower system. And whenever he would do a mix, he would play it through the Amstrad to make sure that it sounded good.
That. Yeah.
Because there's no point, if you're mixing, doing something through £20,000 speakers
Yeah.
And then when it's played on a consumer device, it sounds like shit. So he tended to tune his mixers down to the consumer range. I mean, he didn't just have an Amstrad, but that was his lowest. You know, if it worked on the Amstrad, you could guarantee it would work on almost anything else. So it was very much a, you know, he'd get his mix ready, sounded good to him, he'd play it through the Amstrad, and then he'd tweak it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
That
he
is-
wanted
that
it
was
to sound
kind of
good
a-
to us.
That was kind of a standard procedure, actually. I
Yeah.
know a lot
Three
of people did
boombox.
that.
I mean, I've got
Doesn't
three
always
really
pay off,
shit.
but
I've
yeah.
got three shitty low-level boomboxes. You know, one was 20 quid, one was 40 quid. They've got a CD player on the top and a cassette deck and a radio.
Yeah.
And if they sound good on there, you're good to go. You know,
Yeah,
I've
exactly.
never had anyone say to me, your mixes are all over the shop dynamically. They might not be happy with some aspect of the music, but technically, no. And that's something you learn.
Hi, Ian.
I mean, yeah, that's something you learn from. Well, I had to learn trial and error, you know, and it didn't take that long.
Have you done any
Good
mixes
evening, everybody.
that have been...
All right, buddy.
Good evening, Ian. Have you
evening.
done any mixes that have been done on broadcast on DAB? Because DAB is really really convenient, but I've got to say, compared to FM, it really doesn't do it for my ears.
I don't know. I
don't get
know.
the
When
I
was
don't get the
looking at
benefit of DAB at all, mainly because we listen to Radio 4 and they're playing
Yeah.
60-year-old shows on it anyway. So
That's all
yeah.
right, you know.
Paul
That's
Temple and
very.
everything.
So this is again, Sass. This is a taste thing. I mean, I didn't mind. I mean, I've got a decent sized vinyl collection. It's in storage, but I didn't mind going over to CD. The only problem I had with CD was if you buy the first pressings of a lot of vinyl albums, they're pretty bad. Whether it's Led Zeppelin, especially
Oh,
the
yeah.
Beatles, the first pressings were diabolical by comparison. Hence, another industry grew out of that. You know, you're getting remasters of remasters of remasters. But that's, do you know what I mean? That's by the by. That's why I didn't mind DAB. And you know, sometimes I've been given a courtesy car, and the station's been set to some DAB thing, or in my car as well. And I don't mind it. It's just sometimes I don't like the music. DAB's great for music that's very. If there's a lot of. I noticed that.
Very
if it's
compressed.
yeah, that's right. It's very streaming friendly.
Yes.
Back to the vinyl thing. A lot of the problem with the old vinyl was it was repressed,
Yeah.
so it was never virgin vinyl.
Yeah.
I mean, the stuff you get in the vinyl you buy now, the new vinyl, it is new
Very good
because,
quality. Yeah.
because there isn't anything else.
Yeah.
But you used to have those direct master recordings. Remember them back
Yeah.
in the 80s,
Yeah.
which were, if you like, virgin vinyl.
Yeah.
You know.
Then there were
But-
stampers and basically which pressing and which cut, which is again, you're opening up a different. Did anybody read recently about that company who are basically going to be taken to they might be taken to the cleaners because apparently they've been pressing vinyl and they've, I think apparently they've lied and they've actually been pressing it from digital sources and not from analog tapes.
Oh, brilliant.
And somebody on one of these forums, he was a tech guy, and he basically did a load of ABs and spectrograms and everything. And he found out that basically there's a fiddle going on here, and somebody from the company, it's somewhere on one of these synth things. Because I remember I got the notification, and I thought, what's this? And I thought, oh man, I'd be really hurt if I bought something.
Well, I tell
And
you what,
it's basic.
I think can I get around this NDA? Yes. We'll talk cryptically, right?
Okay.
Right, now use your brains. Okay, ready? For years, there have been many re-releases of certain tracks by a certain band
Yeah.
who have been using press copies because the masters lost for all time, right? Until last week, when they were discovered by an associate of mine who has given them to a certain member
Producer.
of the band
Yeah.
who can now use these lost, since the dawn of time, these things have
Yeah.
been gone, right? And they were big tracks, right? And now they're going to be repressing and re-releasing these compilations, I suppose you could call them, from these original masters that were only ever
Who's
played
that?
the once.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, with knowing Kent, it could be any number of really fantastic, world-renowned bands.
Well,
So-
there is a clue in what I said. You know, a band
I think I got the
who
yes. I
have ever.
I
and
was trying to protect your NDA there.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't
yeah,
worry,
yeah.
don't worry. My NDA is more. What should I say?
It's loose.
It's favourable than contractual.
It's a mates thing, yeah. Okay.
It is a mate's thing. There is a certain degree of shh about it, but
Yeah.
there's
So
there's
there'll
only
be
the
some
five
new
of us
albums
here.
coming out from the original tape then.
From the original masters that had been lost literally 2 days after they finished doing the tracks.
But
Wow.
but
Yeah.
I get that, but also knowing that band as I do, I like listening to their old stuff on vinyl anyway. So, you know.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's because there's the original pressings, which were literally from these masters. But then the masters were put in a box somewhere. Somebody forgot to label the fuckers, and they were lost.
Yeah.
And then subsequently, every re-release of these tracks on various compilations
has come
or whatever
from
has come from copy of a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy.
What's
And now-
amazing there is if they found the original tape has managed to survive because relatively intact even after baking, because some of the old tape had that really bad glue thing.
Oh yeah.
Where,
They might not have baked them yet, though, have they?
No, they probably won't have been. If they've just been literally put in boxes and stored somewhere, as
Yeah.
long as it wasn't too damp or wasn't too dry, actually the cleaning up process of the tape isn't that difficult.
it's
but-
the bake, isn't it? You're only allowed 2 passes after
Yeah,
that.
but with a band, with a world-renowned band, for example, if the masters were found on tape, then spending $100,000 or $200,000 on restoring the original master tape is a drop in the ocean.
Yeah.
And there is nothing like owning the original master.
Yeah.
You know, ask Brian May; he's made a few quid out of it. You know.
Yeah.
I
And
remember
they'll
when
throw the money at these, don't worry.
I remember Martin Ware did say years ago when he did this talk at it was in London. It's on YouTube. I'm just having complete brain fart, probably because of how late it is. But he actually said it. I asked him, I said, why haven't you could redo the early Mark I Human League albums? He goes, well, we can't. And I said, why not? He goes, because Virgin don't know where the master tapes are. No, well, hang on a minute. What about these remasters that came out? He goes, oh, right. He goes, well, that's probably all they've done is they've cleaned up the copy of the copy they had.
Yeah.
I remember thinking, fucking hell. Because I know Dark Side of the Moon for years. Because when the Immersion box set came out, they actually said that for a very long time, they were using 5th generation or 4th generation copies. I thought, my God.
Yeah, but what you got to realise
The thing about that
is
album,
that
sorry,
nobody knew what their value was then.
Yes, they were disposable.
Yeah. They go, oh, don't worry, I'm not storing them fuckers, throw them away.
I mean, Dark
That
Side of
man's
the
not
Moon.
going to be back.
Dark Side of the Moon. There is earlier copies around because I've heard a quadraphonic version
Yeah,
That's
well,
on the
it
immersion
was
set.
written for quadraphonic.
Yeah,
It's
Yeah.
That was
on
the thing.
set, Ian.
yeah.
There's a quadraphonic mix that Alan Parsons did, which is on the DVD audio on the set. It's a really good mix, but
Yeah,
the 5.1 by James Guthrie is really, really good.
But Alan Parsons mastered it originally for 4.1,
Yeah.
and then when they for
For
quadraphonic,
quadraphonic. Yeah.
It was
and
just
when they
4.0.
realised that was not going to take off, they then mastered it for stereo.
There's apparently a lot of albums from back in the day. Like I think it's Columbia Records. It was the companies that invested in the hardware, and there were different quad formats. Because I know that there's a
Yeah,
lot of
that was the
albums
problem. There wasn't a standard.
Yeah, and you know why I'm remembering this? I'm actually remembering the article I wrote because I actually mentioned this in there that the incompatibility of formats
Yeah.
was one of the main, and the cost was the main one of the. It was those two reasons why the whole quadraphonic market collapsed because of the cost of. If you wanted to say, for example, Simon and Garfunkel's Bridge Over Troubled Water, that was in one standard of 4.0 or quad, and then some other artist's album would be pressed in a different quad.
Yes. Yeah.
So do you know what I mean? What were you supposed to do? You needed different cartridges and amps.
Yeah,
and,
but I mean, remember how long it took for stereo to take off? I mean, I still have some old Valve mono record decks to play old 78s on.
Wow.
Stereo didn't happen overnight. Like, it's easy for people to remember. My parents, I think, didn't actually get a stereo until 1979, 1980.
Wow.
Late is
Oh, wow,
that?
that's quite late.
That's late.
That is late.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but we didn't need it. Because as kids we weren't necessarily listening to
No.
recorded music per se. We listened to the radio,
Yeah.
but also we weren't sat on our arses. We were outside playing.
Yeah.
I mean,
You know-
I started working in hi-fi shops in the late 70s, and
It was the big thing.
it was the big thing with stereo. I mean, but we were still selling mono cartridges, and we were still selling mono turntables,
Yeah.
and mono amps.
It's
You know,
ironic though.
I remember the Leak amps, Leak valve amps.
Yeah,
You could buy,
well, I
you
mean,
could buy one for mono and two for stereo.
Well, there was
With
the
the
Leak
different preamp,
TL12, the Leak TL12 Plus, that came with the Various Slope mono preamp. You could buy two of them and use a Various Slope stereo preamp and connect the two of them, or you could buy the newfangled Leak Stereo 20, which was a stereo
I remember
valve
that. Yeah,
amp,
yeah, I do remember that. I
with the
also-
Various Slope stereo preamp.
But
was a mo- there was
even
a-
when my dad got a gramophone
Yeah.
stereo,
Yeah, yeah,
a
yeah.
stereogram, that was it.
Yeah.
A first
That's what we had, a stereogram.
Right. And this was
But a
about
lot of them were mono.
Yeah,
This was
No,
like
stereo.
1970, I think about 1973, 1974.
yeah.
And he paid a shitload of money for it, and it had the two speakers. And I remember my mum going, she goes, "Oh, my Stravinsky's, it's going to sound brilliant," and everything because of the
In
stereo."
mono.
And my dad's going, "No, what we're going to do for the first 2 weeks is listen to steam trains go from one side of the room to the other." They go, or this car, or this aeroplane. And it was all about stereo, and everything was like super wide, and it was about it moving across and moving back again.
I've still got a couple of those demo albums.
Yeah.
So-
But you
Do
used
any
to be
of
able to
you
go to the record shop and actually buy these
Yeah.
LPs as well, didn't you? All these sound
I've got
effects.
some BBC sound effects albums.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, they're great, actually. I wish
Do
I
any of you own those really nice reel-to-reel?
Still have
tune
some.
track? Do you have some? Because I mean, I remember a friend of mine saying to me that the tape versions of some of these albums were hands down much better fidelity and resolution than the vinyl.
They were also very, very expensive.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
that's
I
the
mean-
thing.
But because the thing is, if you bought an album on reel-to-reel tape, they were generally aimed at things like broadcast studios. So they could take they would play a track from an album rather than, play a disc.
And they were also recorded at 15 IPS.
Yeah.
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 know, so there were,
And on
which does help,
expensive
yeah.
tape.
Yeah, exactly. On good quality tape. Yeah.
But I must admit, it's
You
quite
guys are
ironic.
talking about not knowing the value of recordings and tapes. My favorite story is not even a music one. Lucille Ball and Desi Arnaz, when they started Desilu Studios and they had Star Trek and all those shows at the time.
Yeah.
At the time, they would record the shows and throw the fucking tapes away. No one saw any value in it. They said, in our contract, we're going to keep all the recordings for replay and syndication, and they made a mint off of it because nobody knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
That
Sometimes
reminds
people
me
used
of-
to record over the top of them, didn't they? In some.
That reminds me of the guy who was basically single-handedly had a monopoly for almost 2 decades on the laugh track. He built this contraption, and I think it started with the days of Lucille Ball and those shows, the black and white ones, and he never allowed anybody other than himself to operate that machine. And he'd bring it in with like lock and key and chains, and he had the monopoly. And then after that, he'd do it for other shows. And I think it was almost like an early form of the Mellotron with all these different keys. So, for example, it would say "Big Fat Man laughing," couple of kids in front row laughing, or whatever, and he'd press combinations, and so you'd get this realistic crowd laughter. And then I think later on, due to budget constraints or something, or maybe somebody, his son or whatever, didn't want to take over, I think what happened was somebody else got in on the act. One of the studios, they asked one of their techs, and they started making copies of his laugh tracks ripped from the books of the show.
The laughter track machine was. There was a lot of controversy over that.
Yeah, there was, because it went on for years, and and they said that, and I was reading about this a while back. I think it was during one of the pandemic lockdowns.
There's a documentary on YouTube about it.
Is there?
Yeah.
Right. I'll have to have a look at that. But I do remember them saying that the worst examples when it got really bad was during some of the cartoons, like the Pink Panthers or whatever. You could hear audibly that it was just the tape was too fast. There was just overuse of only 2 or 3 different laugh styles. And I thought, my God, that was a thing.
It's like the Wilhelm scream, isn't it? Now it's a thing where you put the Wilhelm scream into a film. It's a very, very particular scream from a old black and white cowboy film.
Word has it there's a new sound effect they use, and I haven't figured out what it is yet, but people in the know say there's a new version of a Wilhelm scream, but it's not necessarily a scream, but it's some kind of overused sound effect. And you have to hunt it like a treasure hunt.
Oh, great! Because there's not many to wade through, is there?
Because they're not subtle about Wilhelm anymore. It's in everything.
Yeah, because the Wilhelm scream turned up in.
Well, Ben Burtt started it with Star Wars, right? It's all over the Star Wars movies.
It's all over the Indiana
It's
Jones.
in the Pixar movies, and it's in everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And do you know what? Ever since the whole they covered it in some documentary, and from there on in, I just kept hearing it after that. I'd never really noticed before.
Well, if you watch the original, it came from the Western. It's even funny in the original clip.
Yeah, it really does sound over the top, doesn't it? And it's like, really? You only got an arrow in the leg. It's not like you got it in your neck or something.
It really makes me feel for the Foley guys, because you mentioned Star Wars, and they had to work a lot on the effects for the first film.
Oh God, have you seen those matte paintings?
Yeah.
They got them on display now, like the hangar inside the Star Destroyer. Inside the Death Star when the Emperor arrives and stuff like that. And you're looking, and he says, "Yeah, see all these stormtroopers here. It's just little white blotches like that in the end. But when you just see the whole thing, it's like, whoa!"
The real testament is you didn't see matte lines like you did in all the cheap stuff around the
Yeah,
same time.
exactly.
They really put their art into that.
Really put that polished floor.
But they had a really funny exhibit at a local science museum called the Art of Star Trek or Science of Star Trek, whatever it's called. Star Wars. And they had the land speeder there.
Yeah.
And it had the lowest budget trick ever. They put shiny reflectors on the bottom.
Yeah.
So when it drove, it would reflect the ground. They didn't have to do any
Yeah,
tricks.
it was like mirrors. Yeah.
Yeah, and the other trick was they had a scale model for certain shots they were going to use, similar to the toy they eventually sold. And the characters in there were the Steve Austin $6 Million Man action figures with wigs on and little costumes, because you could see from the front there's the hole where you could look through the $6 Million Man's eye.
Well, if you look on Princess Leia's Hammerhead cruiser right at the beginning of the film, when the stormtroopers come on board and everything like that, the walls everywhere are littered with these what do you call them, jet wash components.
Oh yeah, model
stuck
kits.
on the
Yes.
wall,
Yeah.
and bits of Hoover pipe and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll do it. And action.
Most things use milk crates. A lot of the sci-fi movies
Yeah.
use milk crates for floors.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
I still think the best special effects were the 1969 2001 A Space Odyssey.
Yeah.
That really was ahead of its time. I mean, God knows what it would have been like to see that back then, because it's before my time. But I mean, even now,
I saw it. Yeah, I went to the pictures to see it twice.
I saw it sort of 74, 75. My dad took me and my family to
I think it
go and see
actually
it,
holds
and it was
the
mind-blowing.
record. It holds the record for the longest spaceship pass scene in any science fiction film. Because it takes
beautiful.
how long for Discovery to fly by the camera? You go,
But the fact that they
getting
built
there.
that whole studio rig for the walking scene when Leonard Rossiter was walking down the centre of the revolving set, just brilliant. And the fountain pen floating,
Revolutionary
in the
rotating
air.
sets. Yeah.
yeah.
Did you see how they did the fountain pen thing? That's pretty clever. It was just mounted to plexiglass.
that's like when I
Yes.
watched the
Brilliant.
making of Blade Runner. So I've got the Blade Runner.
Oh yeah, what's them? Yeah,
Yeah, the
They're
5
great.
disc set.
it's a fantastic documentary series, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's just, I mean, apart from Ridley's tenacity, because he basically just wouldn't budge. The film went so badly over budget, grossly, and he just wouldn't cave in because they wanted to shut it down so many times. I think they were, I mean, lawsuits, God knows, there were just all kinds of stuff piled on him. And then to top it all off, the film wasn't, well, according to the documentary, the film wasn't a great success when it came out. Again, it's before my time, so
I think you class it as a slow baker.
yeah. But it really
It became big later.
when it came out on video and Laserdisc, and I thought, oh, right, so it actually even sold on Laserdisc. Okay.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I think
it was a slow burn because
Yeah.
it was quite left field.
yeah.
And even now, if you watch it, if you can sort of disconnect your modern brain, it's elements of it are still really quite jarring. It's
I find it fascinating. Even I haven't watched
But
it in a while. I mean,
it
I
also
watched,
comes from an era where you'd have one studio would do one film and the other studio would do something surprisingly similar and release it about the same time as well, you know? So you had round about the time of Blade or shortly afterwards, then there was that Tom Selleck one.
Runaway?
The bullets that went round the corners.
You talk about Runaway?
Yeah, I think it was
Runaway.
Yeah. And it was sort of like, one's a lot more forgettable than the other.
That was Gene Simmons as the bad guy
That's it, yeah.
with the robots, the little
yeah.
spider robots.
Well,
I'm
Dave
sure
Whiting
Runaway's the
is
one
Yeah,
where
call
the
it
bullets-
up the wall.
It's
beyond
Michael
him.
Crichton. Yeah, it's a Michael Crichton story. So.
Yeah.
Dave Whiting is saying he's blown away by how good 2001 looks on 4K. And I must confess I haven't seen it on 4K.
I'll check on
But he
Netflix to
said
see which one.
it looks like it was filmed yesterday.
Well, this is why
It was that good.
Kubrick destroyed all the props and everything. He didn't want anyone to copy it. So he,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I
everything,
don't think
everything
anybody was
2010
queuing
had to
up.
be done from film
They
reference.
weren't queuing up.
They had to
No,
use
I
the film
don't
as a reference to do 2010. They had nothing to work off of but the stupid movie.
Yeah.
Speaking of collectibles, I found out, I think it was a couple of days ago, that there was an original iPhone in its box, unwrapped. And I think it went for just over $35,000.
Jesus Christ!
Unwrapped,
Why?
though, Sass. It's unwrapped. So, they checked everything. And I actually sat there and thought, shouldn't it be worth maybe a little bit more than that?
When you say unwrapped, you mean
You mean sealed?
non-unwrapped,
Sealed or
as
Yeah.
in not unwrapped.
Yeah,
People
sorry.
buying used,
Not
yeah,
unlocked,
I mean,
it's still-
sealed.
yeah.
People
Yeah,
buying
it's
used
not being-
I've
phones
done
with
that
Flappy
as
Birds
well.
on it when it was
But-
banned.
It's one thing buying an Apple because it's still theoretically usable.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
You couldn't
Ah,
really use an original iPhone these days,
Really?
could you?
You could use it as an actual phone, which is what it was designed for.
Just as a phone, yes.
Yeah.
That
Not
or hammer nails in.
Yeah, it's sort of
fucking heavy enough, wasn't it?
I understand people paying ridiculous prices for things like, CS80s and Apple ones that were signed by Steve Jobs, or he licked them or whatever. I understand that sort of shit
Rubbed him
because
on
these
his
things can still be
Yeah.
used. And that you can actually still learn quite a lot from some of the early 8-bit computing, the Altaires and this sort of stuff,
yeah.
as you can from the CS80, because, people designed sounds on these things, or any of the original synths, and, that's why we're all interested, because you could do shit with them. The iPhone was a controlled environment. You didn't have access to it. It's not like an old Nokia that you can actually reprogram yourself. The iPhone was just a very innovative phone, and I think Apple really lost the ball when it stopped doing things like being able to take the back off and change the battery and shit like that, and headphone sockets, minor things. But the design itself was very good. But unless you can update the firmware, you're stuffed.
Mm.
And these things are literally landfill. So if someone paid $35,000 for it,
Yeah.
you know what? They've got more money than sense,
Yeah.
in my opinion. That
Well,
is.
clearly,
I agree with you.
I don't know whether they bought it just because, like you said, they've got more money than sense, or maybe they're thinking, well, you know what, in another 10, 15 years, I can double my initial investment. Who knows?
Or when society collapses, I can use it again.
No, that's when the old Nokia 3310 or 3330s will be
No,
coming
the
up.
6210 or
Yeah,
6250.
and there's a guy on the other side of the room with his Mercury 1-to-1 going, oh, fuck.
Yeah. Or the rabbit phone.
With his brick tapping it like that.
All I can say is, when society collapses, I will still have my trusty, faithful Yaesu ham radio, so I'll still be able to talk to some other weird people.
Well, when society
Not
collapses,
this lot of weird people.
I'm taking all the windows.
Just a different set,
Yeah, but when
I think when society collapses, the main ingredient will be to stay alive, and that's about it. All the other chit chat just goes straight out the window.
I also know how to hunt. So
Well, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to take all the windows out of the Mustang. I'm going to weld big
Mad
blades.
Max.
Yeah, big blades on the front. I'm going to buy a gas mask and a chainsaw. And shave all my hair off.
For shits and giggles.
you know what? People would pay to watch that.
Yeah. Tickets available in the foyer. Oh, man. And I'd
End
also
of
have to
days.
jack it up an extra couple of feet as well. And then
I'll
spray
make it
back.
handle even worse. Yeah, good idea.
Yeah. Yeah, we only goes in straight lines, mate. If you're in the way, tough shit, isn't it?
It wasn't built for corners.
It certainly wasn't built for stopping either.
Yeah, here we go. Mad Max, Spongathon.
Spongathon.
I tell you what, Mustang Mach 1, it'll probably say in the back of the manual, if you wish to stop at Baltimore, you might want to put the brakes on roughly
Now.
Chicago. Just to be safe. Yeah.
Oh, I've got to say, absolute props to Lady Aptitude for her album cover design for the Spongles.
Oh yeah.
I think she has really surpassed any expectations.
Yeah, she's
And
good. I love all the
keep it up. It's absolutely fantastic, Lady Aptitude. Thank you.
Yeah, the Bowie one was fantastic as well.
She's
I've lost
blushing.
in one.
Where did she get that
I like
photograph of me like that? I went, oh, hang on a minute. I did that photograph of me like that. Yeah. Wow.
Oh, dear. Yeah,
It's the only time I've ever
it's-
held a guitar.
It's great that there are people in the community who are happy to keep the spirit of the Spongles going.
Yeah.
I'll say that.
You're not really aware of this, are you, Sass?
No, I am.
No, Shaker.
Oh,
What's
no.
this?
Oh,
You guys are going on about something I don't.
The
Oh, the-
Spongles was an imaginary band in the late 60s, early 70s
All right.
to present day. And everything, the amount of members that were in it and all the shit that we got up to. It's all completely imaginary. It's now a Facebook page, and there's just
Oh,
all
God.
these albums, like there's Brown Water in My Shower.
Yeah.
Um,
We need to send you the link.
yeah, it's all this sort of
Trying to
stuff.
drink
and-
my tea, Jesus.
yeah, our bass
Sit
player,
down.
Dave Spears, used to be on bass, and he used to eat ketamine.
Like it's going out of fashion, and it seems
Yeah.
I supplied it for some reason.
Yeah, and you used to have it as ketamine, bread, ketamine. We go, well, no, shouldn't it be bread, ketamine, bread? You go, no, that's not enough ketamine. All this sort of shit, right?
No, I wasn't. Yeah, the thing is, I don't go on Facebook. I haven't done for years. I mean, I use
Well,
Twitter and WhatsApp, and so I haven't.
There will be a spongles.com website shortly.
Now that I will look at.
There will be a documentary at some point as well.
Yes,
Who's going to make that?
I think we all will.
I think
Yeah.
we'll all
Yeah.
contribute some sort
Yeah.
of video clipping and
Yeah.
Yeah.
dressed up as old men just reminiscing. I mean, some of us don't have to dress up, but
Exactly. Yes.
yeah, and some of us will have to. So
Whose
yeah.
idea was it to come up with that to start with?
I think it was
Hawkins.
Matt.
Oh,
I think it was
Dom
Matt
Hawkins.
Evans,
It was
wasn't it?
Dom Hawkins,
No, it's
wasn't
Dom.
it?
Or was it Dom Hawkins?
Dom Hawkins
Yeah.
said about the band, yeah.
Yeah, Dom Hawkins come up with that one. He come on to one of my shows one night and just said, "I've had this brilliant idea." I'm going, "Go on," and he does. He comes up with brilliant ideas. He goes, "We were all in this imaginary band." I'm going, "Yeah, all right, I'll have some of that."
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Well, I sent
Actually-
Dom the start of an investigatory story into the Spongles, and I'm hoping at some point he'll add something to it and sort of pass it around so everyone can add a little reminiscence of the Spongles.
It's
So
like
it's
the
basically,
ad-libs.
it's just basically going to be like Spinal Tap, but on steroids.
oh,
well,
and
acid,
the rest.
I think.
Yeah, on the rest.
Or like the Rutles.
Apparently,
Oh,
we
the
had-
Ruffles were great.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Well, apparently the Spongles had a massive punch up with the Bangles in a car park
And the band clearly
because they
won.
sounded too much like us.
That's so stupid. It's funny.
And it was something about Celine Dion coming in and wading in. She's a southpaw, and you got to fucking watch her. You know what I mean? Like, "We'll have some of that." So yeah, that kind of shit, really. So it's just been allowed to evolve. from
Has
there.
anybody managed to get their hands on that Oberheim synth yet, the new one? Because I've seen the YouTube video.
Ty has.
Yeah,
Has he?
Ty's got one. Yeah.
And the verdict is?
Loves it.
Yeah, if you want to own an OBX, an OBXA, and an OB8 without having to have three massive heavy cases,
Yeah.
then go. And that's precise. The patches, the original tape patches from those scents,
Mm.
will load into the OBX8 and play.
That's remarkable.
How
But then I
the
suppose.
same it is.
So they've even put a tape interface in there, or is it just like size X?
Well, no, you can get them online. You can just play them in as Sysx.
Oh, yeah.
But it's still, it's still the original factory patches, if you see what I mean.
I heard, I think, who's the guy who did it? Was it Marcus Ryle? I think he's actually made the demos on YouTube. Because I was listening to them and I thought, oh, there's some really interesting sounds. Then there were a couple of other people who'd made patches for them as well, just to sell them, I suppose. And I thought, okay, that some of them were very over, and some of them weren't. And I thought, well, yeah, that's understandable because although they're replicating two different models of synth, they're also then going to fall into this other area where you've got it's going to have its own identity and its own stamp.
Oh yeah, because you can mix those three types of sounds together if you wish.
Is it 8-voice polyphony, and then it's just bitimbrel, isn't it?
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. If
I think
it's
it's
if it's the
8-voice.
same, then yeah.
Or
I
it's
played
10
Marcus's
voice.
personal OBX8 at NAM, and he had all kinds of wild patches in there.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah. So it's great to have all three machines. When you consider that an 8
I had an
is-
OB8, remember, Ken?
I know. Well, an OB8 will fetch what 5 to 6.
I
An
paid
XA,
£800 for mine.
an XA up to about 7.5, and an OBX is up near 10. And weirdly, the OBX is the one that likes to fall over all the fucking time.
Yeah, the OBX is the worst for reliability.
Yeah, but it had the sound. Yeah, it had resonance for a start.
Is it because that was the one that used? It didn't have any Curtis chips in, and it had SSMs. Is that why?
No, it wasn't SSM. It was component-based filter in that around
So it was-
the.
More like a SEM.
So it was more like a SEM. The weird thing is, they changed it to the 3320, which is the same filter that you have in a Prophet
Everything.
5, which resonates like a fucker. So why couldn't they get those two to do it as well? But no,
There must have-
and
there
you get
must
to
have
the
been-
OB8, and it's like, is that resonance?
Yeah, I mean, I remember on my OB8, I didn't actually. I mean, the great thing is, I had a later version because Ken, you might remember, it actually had the 8 pots, so you could thingy the voices everywhere.
Yeah.
Can you remember? But I always thought it just didn't sound as. It didn't sound as big as something like a Moog or even a Prophet 5. And all I remember is that I remember thinking, this sounds a bit thin. Or maybe it was just mine was.
When you compare it with other things, it will sound thin, but actually it was its own sound, which is really
it was
what,
quite
which is
thin.
really
I mean,
what
I
it was
remember.
about.
Yeah, I mean, I remember using an OBXA, and I remember thinking, this doesn't sound anything like it. And I suspect it was because the OBXA had independent cards for the voices, whereas with the OB8, it was all on one bit of board, wasn't it?
Yeah, but all it was four cards on one board. So it wasn't really that different. The architecture wasn't staggeringly different between them. at
Why
all.
was the OBXA? The OBXA had a really, really rich sound. The OB8, by comparison, just didn't. Even though it had more modulation options via page 2, it just didn't. I don't know. I remember I spent hours on it, and I thought, this just doesn't do it for me.
Yeah, it's definitely a one of those. You're either in that camp or you're not.
But the funny thing is, I wanted an expander for years because the expander did do it for me. They had one at one of the synth places. It was a second-hand trade-in, but I just couldn't get it. I don't know what I was. Maybe I didn't have enough cash at the time, and then somebody bought it. Next thing I know, they'd gone up to $2,000 and then $3,000 and God knows what. I don't even know how much they are now. No idea.
If they come up, probably between 5 and 6, something like that.
And the Matrix
Maybe
12
more.
keyboard's probably worth twice as much.
Yeah, they're as rare as rocking horse shit anyway. So
Yeah. Was the expander was the one that had CV and gate and MIDI?
oh yeah, I believe it did. But I think the CB gate was more monophonic, if I remember rightly.
You're probably right. That
it-
explains.
So it assigned to one voice, or you could have it in unison or whatever.
You're right, because that's probably why Vince Clarke used it on everything from Eraser onwards, because he
'Cause
writes.
in unison, it's quite a bitch. It's got some punch in unison.
Yeah.
But there again,
The
most
expanders-
polysynths do. Yeah.
The expander, I think a lot of it was in software. All the modulation options, there's no way they could have had all that processing. Because I remember,
There would be digitally controlled routing.
yeah, there were a lot of filter options on there. And I remember some of the pads on the one that I used. I thought, wow, there's a lot going on here. There was a lot of swirling and phasing and other bits coming in. I thought, this is a very modular sound.
Yeah. But they're priced out of most sane people's pocket.
Yeah.
now. Well,
I
a lot
remember
of this
you
stuff
had-
is.
You had a few, and then I remember saying to you, look, if someone wants to get rid of one, let me know. Then you had the carcass of one as well for a little while.
Yeah.
You had bits. You might have had a display, a fluorescent display, or a voice, or I don't know, something.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I had the display board out of a 12, which has 3 vacuum tube displays on it.
Mm.
Yeah, it was one of them knocking around. But yeah, I mean, it's a shame that so much of this stuff has been priced out of the hands of, you know, bread and butter musicians.
It's interesting how
nearly all musicians, you know.
Yeah, it's interesting how. So you've got companies. I mean, now rest in peace, Dave Smith's gone, but it's interesting how you've still got companies who are making bona fide analog synths, but Roland still haven't done that. They keep.
Well, I've got to say, I'm not personally getting hung up on analog synths these days. I was, some years back, like I was with, Class D digital amplifiers don't sound the same as a Class A valve amp.
Yeah.
All that sort of, I won't say BS, but I mean, there are some considerable differences.
Yeah.
But I think the digital synths now have developed to such an extent that the difference between analog and digital now is purely how big is your wallet.
Blurred line. It's a blurred line now. I can pull up sounds on the Hydra.
Yeah.
But Ian will attest to this. Some of them are so digital, it's like robot.
Yeah.
And then it will do something so mellow and analog.
You're right.
You know?
I think digital synths have probably become a better go-to option simply because the technology's improved so much due to processing power, and just the user front ends become more accessible. Because digital was poor because the sounds were either the quality of the sampling wasn't great or the front end was glitchy.
It was all the menu diving as well.
Wasn't
it?
Yeah.
The early ones.
You used to have you have a digital
and some
if you had
modern
a pot on it,
Yeah,
if you had
exactly,
a pot on it for controlling filter, it would probably have 8 segments in the encoder.
Yeah, you'd have really stepped.
It
was stepped.
Yeah.
It might as well have been a clicky switch, you know.
Yeah.
And now they can read these things dead smooth across 3.3 volt, you know, and it's like smooth as hell. Well, you remember the fucking controller, 3.3 volt CC, and it was standard analog pots. There was nothing special about it.
Yeah, you don't need to use rotary encoders. You can just use pots these days because
and then you just had
the DACs are so good.
Exactly, and as long as the DAC could read that smoothly.
The Novation,
you couldn't tell.
The Novation synths, the Summit, the Peak, and so on. I remember when I was using them, I remember thinking, wow, it's incredible how smooth everything is. But you've still got the punch and the grit, and you can do whatever you want with these, because that wasn't, even 10 years ago, you'd be aware of the fact that something somewhere would rear itself, and you'd think, it's digital. Or that part of the signal is clearly
even back to the PPG wave with the ESQ1 with analog filters. They sounded amazing.
Yeah. But you see, it's like the Pro 3, for instance. That's a very, very digital sounding synth.
Is it?
Yeah, but it doesn't pretend to be anything that it isn't. It has a very strong digital sound, as does the Mob Wave. Right?
Yeah.
The Hydra wants to be everything, and it does it successfully. But when you get the old keyboard come up that wants to sound analog and it's really not doing it, and it's coming across more digital, like the Sledge, for instance. The Sledge is trying to sell a kind of, actually, I'm sort of like a up-to-date Minimoog, and you play it and you go, no, you fucking ain't.
No, it's not.
Well, Stylab Music asked a question a little bit ago. How many big sounding synths can be used at the same time, and there's still space?
One.
Because it's interesting. All the tracks we think about.
It's like a guitar.
There has been a star synth. So, you know, you think Vangelis. Yeah, what comes to mind? Oh,
Yeah.
the CS80. I wonder
Yep.
why.
Yep.
You know, or Jean-Michel Jarre, depending on which track, there was a synth. It wasn't that there were lots and lots of big synths. There has to be a star sound. And that goes actually throughout the whole of the 80s. Now, it could be because the bands could only really afford one really big synth.
Well, I have to give
Carlos
it to
famously
Jarre.
wrote about the problem with,
Well, I have to
with
give it to
loading analog.
Jarre, Sass. You say that, but if you think of Oxygen and Equinox, those two albums had some really heavy-duty synths. Each one of them.
Yeah, you just got
packing a
EQ.
lot.
Some of it's EQ, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
it is.
Yeah, oh,
That's
yeah,
what
yeah,
some
yeah.
that's what guitar players learn a lot of that, right?
Yeah.
You get a couple of them. But one other thing I was just thinking that Seth said earlier, I mean, what if, and this is going back to the Hydrasynth,
Yeah.
what if that company, that's a small company, what if they had some, I mean, should we be concerned about the Hydrasynth jumping in price? You
Yes, buy one now.
know? Could
Yeah,
you
but, I mean,
imagine, like, if
yeah.
they had a problem, I think they would just skyrocket.
I mean, I think the Explorer is incredibly good value.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. You
Yeah.
can see that going up there.
Yeah.
But it's going to eventually become proportional.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
you know, if the
hopefully they
Hydra
don't.
suddenly jumped up to 3K, for instance.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hopefully
It-
they don't, but you
Yeah.
know.
No.
But if it did, there's a good chance that all the other synths in that
Are going to double in
15,
price.
16, 1700 pound market will be fucking up there right beside them.
Yeah.
Because even like with some of that Moog stuff, I know it's that bad. And I'm from the
Cows
States.
go moo.
Yeah.
Yes.
Rogue, yeah.
I mean, some of those things are going up,
Moog to me.
like the Matriarch and everything. But
Yeah, they are going up in price. I was reading
And,
about
and I
that.
kind of go, oh man, I should get it. But then I think I would be more fearful of not having a Hydrasynth yet if I saw that thing going up, because that really is something different, unique that would really I could use probably. And not, I mean, the Matriarch's awesome, but
Yeah, I mean, I'm not.
do I
I'm not
really
saying-
need a Matriarch? Is kind of
Yeah, but I mean,
Other than-
although I
Maybe
wouldn't
I do.
consider myself the sort of person that anybody should model themselves on, right from the start. But when it comes to when you consider CS80s, modals, what is it, Cobalt? Or, no, is it the Cobalt? What the fuck is it? It's Argon, blah blah blah. This keyboard, that keyboard. The Hydrasynth Deluxe is here.
Yeah.
And it never ever fucking moves. And I must admit, out of the
Yeah.
last 5 or 6 months, it's the only machine that I remember playing.
And he's got a CS80 just over his right shoulder.
And there's a
You know,
CS80 there, and I'm over
Yeah,
here
so that
perfecting
means
CS80 sounds. Do you know what I mean? It's like, what? So, yeah.
But
I love
also,
it. I love it.
I, you know, the Elka X plugin from Cherry Audio. I know some people don't like Cherry Audio, but oh my god, that's a fantastic
Yeah,
plugin.
nailed it.
I mean,
They
that
nailed
is
it,
just
if you like it, you
absolutely
like
bloody awesome.
Yeah.
You know, it's one of those
You go, Cleo.
Yeah,
absolute
go for it, girl.
no-brainers.
it.
Tell them.
No, don't.
Really, darling? Oh, come on.
It's like every show, if you search it, there's like a minute of just.
I never put Cleo down as being a syntax hater. Yeah, I didn't.
I think she's a Sasquatch hater. That's what it is.
No, stop it.
Yeah, she's just not into the Elka sound, I suppose. There you go.
Yeah,
The
but
CS80,
it's. Sorry, you go ahead.
yeah, the CS80 was more of a player's machine. It still is, you know, or a collector's machine. But I think the Hydrasynths, they're for everybody, and I think that's where the appeal is.
Yeah.
And it just ticks a lot of boxes. And I think the only reason I've not bought one is I've not really got the time to just. If I want something that I really, really want to, I just want to get into it totally. And
Is there not?
That's how
Tell
I
me a
feel.
box it doesn't
But-
tick.
Yeah.
What
I
doesn't
mean,
it
I mean, I
tick?
have to say on Facebook, I'm amazed that some, you know, because I'm a member of a couple of the Hydrasynth groups.
Yeah.
People saying, "Oh, I bought it, but I really don't like it." And I'm thinking, you obviously haven't spent enough time with it.
They just put
I
some
think some of
presets
it
they didn't
is
like, and they got rid of it.
Yeah, or they wanted something from it that they thought
It's
it was
not
going to
delivered.
provide.
You've got to remember. I don't know. I think it was something I said at the start. it's an age or a generation thing where if you are of the age where there was nothing but analog synths with no presets or little presets, then there's a certain kind of sound that sort of satisfied you. Then in the 80s to 90s, there were a lot of romplers with minimal interfaces, so presets are everything. And I think now it's just free for all. You know, with soft synths, you're going to get 1,000 presets. But with the hardware, again, you're limited to, I think, a certain palette of sounds, depending on the device. And if you're not getting maybe it's expectations. It's just, if you come from a software environment, then you're going to maybe expect same volume.
If the Hydrasynth had onboard sampling, it would be a Kurzweil destroyer.
Yeah, it'd be a killer. Yeah. It'd be a killer. But I think in order to do, who knows what they've got? I don't know what they've got planned. You know?
There are also lots of guys making great presets like Geosynths and Angel Star for Hydrasynth and other stuff. So, you know.
Speaking of killers, I was watching Ben Jordan. He actually did a review of the Akai keyboard.
I saw that today. Amazing.
Did you see? You know, that was the politest takedown of a piece of gear I've ever seen.
Yeah.
He could have, if he the thing is, he actually went out and bought it.
Yeah.
So there was no, you know, and even then, and this is a guy, his bread and butter is, you know, and he wanted to, in his mind, he thought, maybe I could use it live with this and this. And the one thing that really shocked me was how many times it locked up.
Yes.
He also got shit on
loading times are so slow.
They are. I mean, I played it at Gearfest and was completely unimpressed.
Keybed is terrible on it.
I mean, the piano. He's right about the piano sound. The piano sound sounds great, but that's the only thing I liked about it.
Yeah.
But
there's absolutely nothing else.
Yeah, but Ian, what really shocked me was it was just the fact that the point he made was something that nobody really wants to say, because it's like, oh, well, it's almost as if it's so bad everywhere that everybody just grins and bears it. But I thought, no. I actually sat there, watched that, and thought, I can remember buying a piece of kit, brand new kit, from a shop, going home, thick manual, doesn't matter how good or bad the translation to English is, but you'd get it working, and you wouldn't have to sit there and think, oh, right, that's not quite right. I'll wait for another 4 months down the line.
Exactly.
Until there's a new firmware update.
But yet, and now that's a thing. It's like, oh, here we go. Here we are. So people watch YouTube videos where people they trust loop up and so on. Some of them don't talk about it, or they don't want to talk about it. And he was alluding to this, you know, without actually accusing people.
And as Stylab says, it's not a cheap instrument.
Plus, he was dead on about the Force. The Force took over a year to get the stuff they promised.
Yeah.
And you know that hurts. It's like I can still remember that I had the worst time ever when I bought the first V-Synth. And the manual said it was 8-part multi-timbral and had all these bits in it. I'll never forget this. And I remember turning it on, playing it, presets, and it had that vary phrase filter thing going on, and the speed and the time stretching. And as soon as I turned the cut-off and resonance, I thought, my God, this is dreadful. The stepping, the LFO was all wonky, and then I remember actually having the audacity I rang Roland, and somebody said, oh, we didn't know this. And I was really quiet.
Isn't this the one they actually publicly apologised for? And said they were going to put it straight?
All I know is, Ken, they gave me membership. They gave me membership to this something that Roland allowed. It was like 4 years of whatever use, and I remember having the membership card, and just to sweeten it, and there was nothing about the manual not matching up to the synth. And then I sent an email saying, look, I'm on the verge of taking it back to the shop or whatever. They still didn't do anything. And then I just I remember it sitting there in my studio, like, and in the end, I sort of half-heartedly took it off, propped it up on one of the back walls, right, and just carried on using everything else. And then I got an email from Roland saying new OS 1.5. And I thought, hang on, you've gone from OS 1.0 to 1.5. Where's all the other iterations of the update?
They didn't work either.
Yeah, you don't want to see those.
What that did was, they gave it a brand new set of presets. They completely fixed all the stepping and aliasing and everything else, but they couldn't make it multi-timbral.
That's what the GT was for, wasn't it?
I sold it to Tony Allgood, I remember, of Oakley Modular.
That's why he's not talking to you anymore.
Well, that's neither here nor there, but it was a long time ago. I remember asking.
I'm sure he's forgotten.
Yes, he asked me. I said, "Look, Tony, I can't do much more with this. I've used all the presets. There's some sequences in there I've used on bits and bats. Maybe you, because it was an eBay thing, and I'm not gonna fiddle or diddle anyone. I didn't know who he was until he emailed me. And I said, are you the Tony Allgood who made... And he very quietly went, yes, I am. And I go, I actually tried to talk him. I remember saying, but you've got a Jupiter 8. Why do you want this? He goes, because maybe I can do this and this. I think he had plans to hook it up to a modular or something. I don't know. But he was happy to take it off my hands. And then Roland came out with the GT V-Synth. And even that wasn't multi-timbral; it was bi-timbral.
It's just two V-Synths in one. That's all it is.
Yeah. And then they came out with the rack mount, which was the XT, and that had a color touchscreen but the same sound engine. And I thought, wow, they've never apologized for the fact that the spec.
If you're going to get fucked, it's better to be fucked 3 times.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was incredible.
The Elastic Audio is still really great in it. So
just take solace in the fact it wasn't the ARP 4-voice piano you'd bought.
Wow.
Because that was like, right, well, bend over. I'm sure this will hurt, but well, hey, what the fuck?
No, but Ken, there's got to be synths far worse. I mean, I remember when second-hand M1s, you could buy those everywhere. Bric-a-brac shops, second-hand synth dealers, whatever. And nobody would be touching them. And this is like 5 years after they came out. So I was, 19 or 20? And I remember thinking, why doesn't anybody want these anymore?
It suffered from the same thing the DX7 did, which was...
Just overexposure.
Overexposure, and everybody go, do you know what? What else is there? I've done
But it's still a very good synth.
It's a good synth. Yeah.
And you also brought up a good point. There's not a lot of multi-timbral anything anymore.
Yeah.
So that's why I use the Virus TI all the time, because it's 16 part.
Yeah.
I remember I had one of the Virus synths. I think it was the white face one, and it had a smaller keyboard.
The Polar? Yeah.
Was it the Polar? And I remember having a lot of issues trying to get it working multi-timbrally over MIDI.
The plugin is tricky, but hardware only, I use a multi-timbral all the time. It's awesome. So.
Oh, really? Because using it over MIDI I remember thinking, why isn't this? Is there note stealing going on? Is something freezing? I remember trying to update the OS, and in the end, I did what I could with it, and I remember I bought it off eBay and I just sold it back to somebody else on eBay. I just couldn't.
I always wanted an Access Virus TI, and when I never bought one, but when I actually got to play one, I just didn't like it. And the thing is, all the reviews I'd read were raving about the TI, and I know that some people absolutely love it, but again, it was the interface just didn't work with me.
Yeah, I only played it once, and I couldn't. To be fair, I can't remember.
The one clever thing about it is it has those quick knobs in the little screen under the screen, and they have custom names, so you don't have to memorize nerdy terms. One's like darker or like infect or something like that, and you turn it and hey, it kind of sounds like that. So the naming was fun and clever and useful instead of just all nerdy terms on the screen.
But that was all over the music magazines when it came out. I mean, everyone was raving about it.
It's great. They're still
I didn't
selling
read
the
a bad
TI
word
too.
about it.
Yeah.
I mean, I can remember in a similar vein, it was the Nord Lead, and I think it was the Nord Lead 2, the original Nord Lead 2. And I remember thinking, you know what? I think I'll get one of these because they're portable. I can use it live, or I can just, quickly in the back of a car, take it to a studio, whatever, for a job. But I remember when I got it and I plugged it in and I just could not. So this was before Nord started adding an effects engine. It had no reverb, no delay, no nothing. I remember thinking, fucking hell, this sounds so weak.
The 2X is a lot cleaner and has more features, but the 2 and the 1 have that kind of grungy quality, which is nice.
But why is it then that the Nord keyboards always seem popular, especially on with live performances?
Yeah,
do they have a really good? Is it a really good keypad? Is it?
And
what
the
is
sound
it
too.
about?
Great
They're probably given.
They've
to
improved.
the artist.
They've improved the converters. The software's better. I think they're. I mean, I haven't played any of them beyond the 2 because I was just so dismayed as to how thin it sounded. I remember thinking, but in the same vein, I mean, I've owned the Novation Supernova, the Nova, and then the Supernova 2, and I kept those in the studio because I couldn't afford all the nice analog synths I wanted then. And without effects, they were okay, but the Nord on its own, I remember thinking, I'm going to have to shove this through so much stuff to give the sound any kind of depth. And I remember thinking, no, that shouldn't be the case. It's like I've got a Mini Moog Voyager, and as Kent said, I think Kent said something about certain synths not even sounding like this. The Voyager does not sound like a Mini Moog, an original. Nothing like it. Not even close. Kent, and I remember thinking to myself, no, it doesn't, but it's a Moog synth, it's monophonic, and it's beefy, and it's got 2 filters. And I remember when Moog came out with the Matriarch, they made a big deal about the fact that it had that 2 bi-directional filters. I thought, hang on a minute, this isn't a new thing. You've already put it in this product. Do you know what I mean?
Well, you're always going to reuse your tech where it's possible because it saves money.
Yes. I mean, the Voyager...
Add a feature, it's a new synth.
Yeah.
The
Voyager software is written by Rudy Kent, and he did, it's Lintronics, Rudy. So, it never had any problems on that front. I think the only problems the Voyager had for years, because Kent knows, I went through about 4 of them.
Yeah.
And in the end, the one that I've got is the one that I just had to balls up. And I actually rang the Moog headquarters. So this is going back about 14, 15 years. And I can't even believe this, but I was put straight through to Mike Adams. And I just sort of had a gentle rant and said, look, I'm stuck here. I've just bought this. The dealer said I have to wait 7 weeks for a new one. I've got 2 weeks to use this and get this into this project. Can you do anything to help me? And next thing I know, within like 2 or 3 days, he somehow just did something. He rang Arbiter and a courier arrived, took mine and gave me this new one.
Was the Moog Voyager? Sorry, was that the one that you could put the guitar strap on and sling it around your neck?
No, that's a Liberation.
The Liberation. Sorry,
The Voyager's the one that
my
came
brain
out.
was being fried.
Bob was still alive. It was the last synth that Bob released because the Fatty came out after he passed away, didn't it?
Yeah. No,
but he had his hands in the spec of that.
He had tons of I/O in it too, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Voyager's got lots of ins and outs. I've got I never bought the box for it. There's another box you can buy. It's like an expander, a voltage, a CV expander.
Yeah.
But I've got the pedal for it, so you can use the pedal.
Touchpad too. The touchpad's really clever. So.
Yes, it is, and that's what really makes that synth special. There's a lot of routing you can do, and there's pop mapping, and there's lots of things you can do. And the bare sound without effects is that's when you know that a synth has weight. If you switch the effects engines off and listen to the sound, then you'll really know what it is, what it's really all about. If it doesn't sound up to snuff without lots of delay or reverb or whatever on it, that's it. That means 90% of the sound is coming through all the effects.
We see traditionally, or even historically, Fortune has not favoured the manufacturer who radically changes their technology. So when you follow Moog, for instance, they were following pretty much the same kind of thing. There wasn't a lot of difference between the different products that were coming out, from the modular right up until the memory Moog. When the memory Moog came out, it was almost still the same tech, but on one side, but then it had all this new area that they were delving into. And this is why memory Moogs are twitchy. Because this was all, we forgot about that track, just solder a wire across there, that'll do it. That kind of thing. But if you look at Oberheim, for instance, from the 4-voice up until probably the Expander, you could use the service manual from any of the products to fix the other one. They were that similar to each other. They never really changed anything.
I don't think the 4-voice, maybe from the OB series to the Expander, but the 4-voice didn't have any chips in it.
Yeah, it did.
Did it?
Of course it did.
Which 4? You're not on about the SEM. Are you on about the SEM-based 4-voice?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. The SEM-based...
That was 3340s, wasn't it?
No. The SEMs didn't really change very much at all from the original first, 8-voicey type SEMs right up. It was always pretty much the same sort of thing. It only became Curtis towards the end. And I think that's probably something to do with Dave Smith. Go on, use Curtis, mate. They're really fucking great.
It was cost. It must have been for economical.
But look, if you take the 4-voice, to work a 4-voice, you need the programmer, and you've got to have a keyboard controller, and that keyboard controller is all chip based, all the way down, and so is the programmer. Yes, there are transistors and resistors, but they're all in fucking everything. So, but it's very much a chip based thing. The VCOs in the SEMs were CA3086 transistor array.
Wow.
Up the line, all the way.
So why is my brain stuck on the 3340 being used?
Because eventually,
there was a later revision.
If you follow the what's the word? The ethos, I suppose, of the SEM, you follow it through. When you get to the OBX, the OBX is literally 8
SEMs,
miniaturized SEMs, with a bearable computer running it. Right. Then when you get to the OBX-A, it's still pretty much the same VCO. They've changed the filter.
Right.
Yeah.
Then you get to the OB8.
Yeah.
They go, do you know what? Let's just put Curtis in it. That way we don't have to fuck about with these transistor array chips, and put temp codes.
And it's easier to produce, and we can mass produce.
Yeah. And because where an OBX would go out of tune, it's because of the temperature compensation resistors that they used to, heat paste to the top of the chip. And because they would slowly go out of tolerance. And so you had this annoying thing where one VCO, even though it was one chip, it was doing two VCOs. One would go and the other one wouldn't, sort of thing.
Which is the Oberheim, where I think it must have been the OBX then, where the actual noise circuit was a sample. Is that right?
No, that's the OB8.
Is that the OB8?
Yeah, you can hear the loop in the white noise, but it's exactly the same, believe it or not, on the memory Moog, and it loops and you can hear it clicking.
Why did they use resistors for temperature compensation and not diodes?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I think it was something to do with the way that transistor array worked. Oh, so okay. it was more about temperature rather than amperage draw or milliamp draw, should we say? On the CS80, It's both. It's both temperature and how much juice it draws. So there'd be a diode tied across the top of the VCO.
So
this
what
is the
did
early
Ru-
VCOs. This is
So, Kent, what did Rudy do to the memory Moog that made it a much more stable workhorse?
No, he didn't make it more stable. Lots of people say this. They go, "Oh yeah, the Rudy ones are more stable." No, they're not more stable. He increased the capture range for the auto tune.
Okay.
Right, because the capture range, same with the JP8 as well. The capture range was quite skinny, so that you could push your auto tune, come back, and you still got a voice sound. You go, "Oh, fucking piece of shit." He increased the capture range right across that hex spectrum to go, right, bring this fucker back here.
So
Right,
it was a fudge.
Yeah, so you could have a voice that was literally half an octave out, and it would bring it back in.
So I bought my first. I've only ever owned one Moog synth, which was a
Yeah.
Moog Prodigy in about 83, 84.
Yeah, loved it.
I love the sound of it. I hate the tuning. Tuning used to drive me up the wall.
You had
I
to
don't
wait
know
for it to
anybody
warm
who's
up,
done
didn't you?
Sorry?
You know when you first turn it on, and it was like, there you go, beatless.
I'm meant to wait half an hour.
Beatless.
Yeah,
La, la,
exactly.
la, la.
Wait half an hour.
Beatless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Leave it on.
And again,
A gig.
it's the same VCO that's in the SEM. And it's the same VCO that's in the Jupiter 8.
But Kent, that's interesting because you say about the tuning. Can you remember my first System 100 set? Because I've got a full set since, a different one, which is in much better condition. Can you remember when I told you that for some peculiar reason, it's more stable for the first hour of use, and then after that, it's just flipping and flopping around?
Yeah.
And for some peculiar reason, I remember, because I used to use it for a lot of drum loops. And I got the vibe for that because of the early Human League albums. So I'd be doing my own variations of drum and percussion loops and then recording them and chopping them up. And I remember, I said, Kent, the trouble is that you can't get a decent loop. You can only get a loop and a half because even the bottom end goes wobbly.
Yeah.
And you fixed it. And then I remember the trim pots on the sequencer, the pots. Because there's a trick where you can use bank B to alter bank A. So you'd get these really weird syncopations. And the reason I knew all this is because I was lucky enough when I bought the first set, I had a full set of manuals for it.
Yeah.
And in those original Roland manuals, they're really good for just literally teaching you the rudiments of synthesis. But I also remember there was other things that not quite right with it, or maybe that particular revision, because you were supposed to be able to use it to make vowel sounds, because I had the expander and the keyboard, and I couldn't quite get there because I think the filter on one of them wasn't quite. It didn't have the same range as the filter on the keyboard.
Yeah.
So I just couldn't get there. So the reason I mention this is because it's ironic that these chip-based synths had tuning issues when you switch them on, but an older piece of analog gear like that was fine, and then just decided to go odd.
I mean, I think I'm seeing it more now. It never used to happen very much. You maybe get one or two, but now I'm seeing it a lot more. Somebody brings in a Mini Moog, right? And they go, "Oh, can you fit a MIDI kit into it?" And you go, "Yeah, okay." And you fit the MIDI kit, right? And the MIDI kit has been calibrated in such a way that the digital information it's going to read, that it receives from its DAC, from the digital information coming in from the MIDI keyboard, is converted to precisely 0 octave up to 4 octave, whatever it is, 1 volt per octave, but on the fucking button, right? So you got this lovely tuned Mini Moog. You fit the MIDI kit, you play the keyboard,
and it's out of tune.
It's fucking all over the place, right? So you tune the Mini Moog's VCOs so that it is in tune for how you're playing it on the digital keyboard. Bob Girardi, what more could you ask for? Then you go back to the keyboard and the fucker's out of tune.
Yes.
Right? So what? And I'm seeing this more and more. And then a lot of this is because of slight tolerance shifts in resistors and what have you on the VCO board. Now you can calibrate the Mini herself internally to be perfect across the keyboard, and then you plug the MIDI keyboard in and play it, and it's fucking out.
Well, the thing is, if you're going to adapt old analog keyboards to MIDI, you have to start looking at crystal control oscillators.
Wow.
You basically have to redesign the synth.
Well, what I'm doing now, I find some of the current feed resistors on the VCO board on the Minimoog, and I removed them. I think they're about something like about 15k, something like that. I think about 15k resistors. I can't honestly remember. I just go, yeah, it's those ones. And you take this one out of each for each VCO. You desolder them, take them out, and ping them across the garden. Bye bye. And what you do is you put 20k trimmers in.
Yeah, and adjust them down.
You trim these to make it, when you're playing the MIDI, make it work, so that when you disconnect the MIDI and go back to the keyboard, it fucking matches. And
Wow.
I have to do that 9 times out of 10 now, just fit the MIDI kit.
I can
Of course,
remember when I.
in the instruction manuals, there's nothing about that. So connect this cable here. Done. There you go. It'll be fine.
Did I ever ask you before I got rid of that? The reason I got rid of a load of System 100M, because I had 3 191D sets, so I had about 14 modules. Did I ever ask you if I could get why it wasn't? I don't. Maybe I didn't, and I think I had a Kenton Pro 4. It was the one that allowed 4 CV games.
2000. Pro 2000.
That's the one, and
Yeah.
it's a pity they stopped making that, because that was. I remember getting that.
Well, there's
separately.
a Mark 3 2000 coming. Oh fuck.
So Kenton are still making. All I remember is that.
NDA broken.
Nobody's listening, Kent. You're all right.
Good. Forget what you heard.
Have you broken something?
No,
nothing.
No.
I didn't say a word.
All's good.
Now I know how Mark Ruffalo feels. Revealing the ending of Endgame, wasn't it? Dude.
I couldn't remember. I couldn't get it to work even on 4 separate MIDI channels and keep it reliably in tune. So in the end, I had to sort of. I remember just. I made a bass line out of 2 oscillators, which didn't sound very thick. And then I used 2 other MIDI channels for like effects and things. And I remember thinking, this isn't what I wanted to do. And in the end,
You wonder why samplers were invented. Yes.
Yeah, that's right. And because the thing is, I couldn't get it. I mean, I had a lot of oscillators and I couldn't get it. And there were dual voices, these modules. And I just couldn't get it to sound really beefy. And I remember thinking, no, I think somebody else might be able to get a bit more out of this than I can. Now that I never, and the reason I mention it is because for whatever reason over MIDI, it was a fucking bitch to keep everything in tune long enough to get down a usable pass.
Yeah.
Well, it's almost as though people have forgotten that when analog synths were invented, MIDI didn't exist.
That's right.
Yeah,
sort of.
Yeah, it was.
It's like fitting a 4th wheel to a tricycle.
Yeah, I mean,
but the thing,
even today, fitting a MIDI kit into an ancient analog synthesizer is a bit like $6 Million Man. Really, you're putting bionics into a
biological system.
A biological system, and hope there's no psychological effects. Be fine. Next thing you know, seeing butterflies punching people in the face for no apparent reason, all that sort of thing. And that's sometimes you get machines that do react like that. if they, especially the pure analog ones. Now, at the
Like the
moment,
CSA.
well, yeah, it doesn't. That honestly doesn't help. But fortunately, it's so what's the word?
Tweakable.
There's so many bridges, shall we say, between the systems. You can tighten up any slop that occurs.
Yeah.
Now, the 4-voice at the moment that I'm doing a custom.
Oh, that's the one I saw on the floor of your shed. Yes.
Well, having the custom MIDI and breakout system fitted to it.
Wow.
Oh my God!
I have said, I was impressed that I'd seen Kent's opening in Oberheim. We didn't talk about what I saw on the floor, but I looked at what I saw on the floor, and I thought, you brave, stupid man. Because my God, it's a nightmare.
There's all the SEMs pulled out, and there's this box that's opened out that we've made up the breakout.
The guts
box
were
for it.
spilling out. Yes,
and it's like, hey, spaghetti, eh? And it's just wires. Just wires and wires. And I've got things that I'm trying to cure, like, for instance, the CV gate thing. It's fine. It's done. It works. Getting separate VCOs to work independently of each other within the same SEM via CC control so you can get cross-mod, etc., etc. And believe me, the cross-mod on it is fucking beautiful. Because I can then assign it to an envelope. And this is to do it internally as well as, without even having to set it to the external switch. Because when you set it to the external switch, then you can use Eurorack to run it. And have access to all the controls within the SEMs from your Eurorack or your whatever, right? So it's got to do CV, CC, MIDI, and something else that ends in E.
Something else that ends
Hopefully
in E.
MPE, right? Funnily enough. And
what you're going to do MPE on an Oberheim 4-voice?
Yeah, I know.
Shit.
The 4-voice, I've already got it. I've got it at the moment where it does CV and it does gate, and I can do filter sweep, I can do cross mod, I can alter independently the speed of each LFO on each SEM and the global SEM.
Wow.
And you start getting this polymoogie kind of pad thing happening with it because of that. And all controlled from a Complete Control 61. Right? Then I introduced Velocity. Holy mother shit. That makes the synth totally different again. Having Velocity control. So if you take the weighted 88 controller and you've got actual velocity control over the Oberheim SEMs, and you can assign it to either to open or open filter, increase release.
That's fucking completely mad.
Extend decay time. You can assign the velocity to fucking anything you want, right?
Is the assignment going to be done through cables or just by switching?
There's two.
So are you going to have the patch board?
You have your interface box that has the 3.5mm breakout to go to modulars or any other CV controllable synthesizers. You got the USB MIDI and you got the 5-pin DIN MIDI, because you should have both on everything. And if you only supply USB, you should burn in hell. Right? And vice versa. If you only do the 5-pin DIN, you should. Where's the USB, you bitch? Right? It's got to have both, right? It's not rocket science, okay? So that's all fine. Now, from that box, you have a MIDI cable going, cool, or a USB. Then you have two 25-way RS-232 type cables, whatever they call them. You know, the 20. Yeah. There's two of them. They go to the back of the synth. Yeah. And then from there, there's the controller board in there, and it makes sense of all the bullshit that's coming in the back.
Is this are you going to patent this, or is this just like a?
This is going to become a product. Yeah. That's if the interface stops burning out, and if it stops And if it stops damaging the SEMs, and
So
we'll be
what's
fucking
Tom
fine.
So what's happened to Tom Oberheim's? Because I know he did a TVS keyboard.
He redesigned the SEMs to work at 0 to 5 volt.
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
But I know he's got a patch bed on there.
I'm trying to get 0 to 5 volt or 0 to 3.3 volt controls to work on things that are, I mean, gates that are at fucking 12 volt and 15 volt pot sweeps. There's a lot of.
I'm trying to, you know what it is? As you've been
proportional
talking,
conversion going on.
As you've been talking, I've been trying to visualize how this is all gonna. And at some point, my brain it's late as well, and my brain just thought, fuck me, man. I could just see the door closing. Fuck, this is a lot. That's why I said you should pay, if you've not. So I'm glad that if you can get it working, you're going to patent it, because fuck me, man, that is a lot of work.
Well, there's this new philosophy I have in place now. I actually film myself doing it. When I'm doing R&D now, I film myself doing it. Because I can look back in the evening and go, why the fuck did I do that? You idiot. So that's what fucked it. I go, right, I'll go back down there tomorrow and not do that. You know, that kind of thing. Because you're going through it, and then suddenly something doesn't work that was working before, and it's like, what? You know, is it a broken wire? Is it, or I've connected it to the wrong pin or whatever? Because it's literally on the fly trying to.
What I've just remembered is, you know, the systems, because I don't even know how this ended up happening. It must have been really late, and I think I stumbled on this either in an article on the internet, or, you know, the system that Keith Emerson originally had from Bob Moog. Wasn't that one of the systems that they used for their concert? Bob Moog had 4 different Moog modulars with a switch. So that basically, and it was basically one of the earliest preset things. And the reason I mention this is that if somebody, I know that on Eurorack, somebody's either already developed or they're working on something that allows you to somehow memorize and create presets for your Eurorack system. And I remember thinking, how the fuck is this really going to work? Unless you've constantly got everything wired into this fucking module.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's essentially on a analog stroke digital hybrid synth. That's exactly what the computer's doing. It's just measuring the resistances of every pot, whether the switch is on or off or whatever range of
So,
positions
Ken, the amount of hardwiring involved here, you say it's a breakout box. You said there's going to be like a RS-23 whatever cable. So that's yeah. So there's like a couple of ribbon cables. So you're using that format to basically send and receive information, and that's going to be fast enough. What about USB?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
USB, yeah.
Well, the interesting thing is, the philosophy behind the design as well is that once the 4-voice model works, I can then do the 8-voice. And the guy I'm working with says, "Oh, is this going to be twice as hard?" I go, "No, it's the same amount of work. You just do it twice." And he goes, "But that's twice as hard." I said, "No. It's just the same hard. Just do it twice." It's a bit like fucking twice, you know. Just more energy, but it's the same thing. I go, all right, cool. And he says, "What about presets? What about being able to save settings?" I said, "Well, you can save settings you'll be able to save settings on the SEMs because the DAC will be reading all the pots. However, it can't necessarily recreate where you put the patch cables in the breakout box."
Yeah, see, there's always something. And then you've got to remember, it's like in the same way on something like a Jupiter 8, you've got the panel settings, and then you've got the presets where you don't know what the setting... Well, okay, you know, with experience, we all know that a string sound is created with certain settings, but you know what I mean? You're going to basically hit a button, and the panel settings have no relation to what you're hearing.
Yeah.
So how is there going to be a pass through for that, or is it just no? That's too much.
Well, no. I mean, it'd be the same as, say, for instance, using a preset on a Juno 60, for argument's sake, right? You've got a series of controls, sliders on the front and switches, yeah? And you select, I don't know, preset 2, A2 or whatever, and it's, a dark string. If you want to find out what the components of that is, you could open it up and read what voltage is on all the sliders, yeah, and make a note of them, which is exactly how the CS80 does its memories.
Yeah.
That's what you go. That's not a programmer. That's just a miniature copy of the front panel.
Yes.
It's
It's a separate set of pots,
Yeah.
effectively.
So when you push the
They're
button, it goes,
switched
all right,
in.
that top line of sliders, and it thinks you've moved those sliders on the front panel. Yeah. But this is what they do digitally. So you could work out what the components of the sound are, precisely by measuring what the pots, the output of each pot is reading.
Or
And
you could
this is
do
how
it through digital control of analog motorized potentiometers.
That's just insane. I know there's
Yeah.
a sense that
But
yeah.
that's how they model. That's how they model vintage synthesizers into software. It's just by reading.
Yes.
When you set
The
up your
output signals of all
brass
the pots.
1 and 2,
Yeah.
and just take a reading of every single slider, what the voltage is, and compare it to their control sound. They go, right, it's this, does this, and they just then emulate that in software. And that's essentially what a DAC is doing inside a analog digital hybrid. It sits there and it goes, when you push that preset button, it sends out the voltages to the various switching ICs to send so many volts to the output pin of each pot, corresponding to what that patch was that you selected.
Yeah.
And it never really was a perfect technology, really, until much later. So during the whole early OBA, the memory Moog and all those, it was like it kind of worked, but it wasn't what you would call a tried and trusted technology. And of course now, 40, 50 years on, it's a fuck, I hope it works type of technology. So, but digital reading digital, fine. Analog reading analog. But that bridge thing they used to do with the DACs, it's like, see how it goes.
Yeah, if it's 8-bit, then it's hit and miss. But once you get to 14, 12, 16, there's more sort of the rounding off is better.
Yeah. But I mean, we're talking about 3 16K RAM chips. It's going to hold 40 presets, so 40 copies of the voltages on those.
Wow, 48 Ks of RAM.
Yeah, just done in ones and zeros, and then which is why they could call back so quickly, because it's very, very simple language for it to work with, and it was effective, and it's today is the only way to do it.
But why is it that the auto-tune routines on some synths were so bad that you just end up switching the synth off?
Yeah.
I think a lot of that had to do with the resolutions of the DAC. So when it read the square wave, for instance, of each VCO, depending on how much background noise there was going on in the synthesizer, determined whether it could hear, and count the peaks correctly. So if you had a voice card that had a fault on it and it was generating, low-level noise or a hum or something like that, when the DAC was reading the pulse coming back, if it's corrupted in any way, it goes, I think this is 923 hertz. I think. So it needs to be at 700. All right, well, I bring it down to here so that it's at 700. And then you play it back and you go, why's this fucking thing still out of tune on that voice?
I remember
because it misheard it. Literally goes, what? Hey, what did it say?
some revs of Prophet 5. I don't know if they'd fixed it after Rev 3, but I do remember a number of Prophet 5s. If you pressed auto-tune, you'd be fucked sometimes.
Oh, Rev 2s. I mean, it didn't help that they didn't even put an LED on the tune button. So you push tune, and it all go blank, and you go, is it broken or is it tuning?
Kent's favourite synth. Yes.
Oh, man. And sometimes the only reason you'd know it's come back is because it says 11. All right, it's still working. And then you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and hopefully they're in tune.
Yeah.
You know, and if it didn't, there's still something wrong with that voice, or the DAC's not hearing it right, or there's something wrong with the interconnection cable, which is.
Is there auto-tune on the CS80? I can't remember.
No,
Is there?
no. It's been attempted in the past in a, sort of like that kind of shoehorn way.
Yeah,
and
but
it was
no.
just stupid. I mean, there's a guy doing it now, and he's replacing the boards underneath the keyboard to get rid of a lot of the problems in the first place, and it will also have memories as well.
Wow.
Basically, but he's not designing something that's new. He's just adapting the traditional 40-year-old way of doing it to work with a CS80.
But I have to give him credit that he's doing something like this, because clearly those who own them, they've got the money to give him, and he must have worked it out, because you don't just sit there and think, oh, I know, I'll do this because I want to do this. It's a lot of time, energy, and effort to come up with something like that.
Well, you see, I have this thing where I have to specialise. Like, for instance, when I'm fitting MIDI kits into an 80, right? Classic example. Fitting a MIDI kit into an 80. I think even in the instructions, it's drill holes in the wood at the back for the MIDI out, right? And then you drill 2 massive, great big fucking holes in the front panel, and then put on this sticky-backed aluminium plate with the toggle switch to turn the LFO on and off, and the little red button for the control for the MIDI, right? And it ruins the aesthetics of the 80, right? Now they're very expensive. I mount them on the modulation board next to the buttons, but not with the aluminium plate. I actually drill out and cut out all the wood so everything fits neat and tidy. And the MIDI socket goes inside the mains panel underneath the keyboard. So what you do is you open up the mains panel and plug in the MIDI cable, and of course it's got the cutout for the cable. You can close the panel back up and that's your MIDI connected, and there's no holes on the synth anywhere.
Oh.
Right? Because people go, oh, there's fucking holes in it, you know? Same on Jupiter 8s. I put them on the just on the underside of the back of the panel, down the bottom, where, if you had a...
So that it still looks really nice, and
yeah. Whereas in the instructions it says, oh, just drill through the Roland badge. Yeah, and when you could buy a Jupiter 8 for about 480 quid, because nobody wanted them.
Yeah. Caked in rust.
Because nobody gives a shit. But when they're 25k, they tend to get a little pissed off. You just put 2 great big...
How much are CS80s now? 60 grand, 80 grand?
The 2 in the workshop are... No, one's sold. The other one is... There's somebody sniffing around. So one went for 30 and the other's up for 50.
Oof.
Which is
So
still a
these are
shitload
real
of money.
Yeah, these are real prices. Not that stupid fucking 153 grand.
That's probably
Ignore that. That's just a guy going, let's have a go, you never know. That's all that is. But interestingly enough, the guy doing that, whatever reason he had for doing that, what it has done is it has raised the prices of all the standard 80s have gone up.
Yeah.
Just because this thing exists up, even though nobody in their right fucking mind's going to go near it.
It's almost like an investment scam.
Yeah, it
is.
Yeah.
But the thing is, Sass, the trouble is that the guys, maybe I'm guessing here a little bit, but I think the guys who are buying a lot of the really, really mega money gear, I don't think they're really... You okay?
He's just turned his mic.
Sorry, don't breathe beer.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, good safety tip. I'll remember that.
Yes.
Yeah,
Don't
that's what I'm
inhale
saying.
fluids.
Aquamarina can do it.
Excuse me.
I think the guys who are spending the mega bucks, I think they're the ones that are just buying them and they're putting them in these temperature controlled environments and just
Yeah, museums. Yeah.
Yeah, museums. You know, they're basically just more money. Because I was thinking the other day, I thought, I saw there was something about the EMU modular. I thought, I wonder how many of them are left that are in really good nick, and I wonder how much they're going for. And I thought they've got to be going for about 6 figures.
Well, I restored Phil Tatum's one, and it was literally out of the barn where he kept it, and it was a fucking wreck. And I completely restored that. Somebody bought that for a huge amount of money, and that was years and years ago. Who was it? Oh, I tell you what, it was Tom Rowlands bought it.
Chemical Brothers. I was about to say.
Yeah.
I know Vince Clark still got an EMU modular with a controller keyboard, so his must be worth quite a bit as well. I think then what happens is the person who buys it, they end up adding their value to it by, the provenance.
Do you know what's interesting though? The Moog System 55 as a modular is relatively tame. It's not. It won't produce incredible sounds. You have to add a lot more stuff to it before you get there, right?
Yeah.
EMU modular is vanilla ice cream. No chocolate sauce, no sprinkles, no little marshmallows. Fuck
Yeah,
all.
we
And
used
you
to.
don't, and you don't even get a fucking spoon. You have to lick it out of the dish. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's an EMU modular.
The 700 was the one that I always thought was the bollocks because it was the last one, the last of the big ones, and I just thought Roland really nailed it with that.
The 700 is still my favourite modular of all time.
I just wish I'd bought it when I.
Even if it's not for the fact that to work on is a joy, to use is all right. You're gonna have to have an awful lot of patch cables. Do you know what I mean? Unless you're using just the centre cab, which is normalised.
The 3 VCOs block. It's that block, isn't it? It's almost
6.
like a voice.
It's 6 VCOs in the block. 6 VCOs and LFO underneath with a patch bay and something else. What else? It's got something else like a white noise generator and a few other bits and pieces. And then you've got the VCF one, which was 6 VCFs, and then 2 envelope generators and all that sort of thing, and then that mother of a sequencer up the top.
Yeah, it's a 12-step, isn't it? Or 36 steps if you chain it.
Now I'm trying to remember now.
It's 12 steps per row. I'm pretty sure.
You're not thinking of this, the System 100.
No, Ken. Even on the
I'm trying. Are you sure? I seem to remember having to screw an awful lot of knobs back on that fucker.
The 700.
You sure it's not 3 rows of 16?
Is it 3 rows of 16? I thought it was 3 rows of 12. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure it's 3 rows.
Well,
of 12.
either of us could be wrong, mate. Let me call up a pick quick. System.
My eyes are so gone. It's late. I've had a long day. Let me have a.
Good.
I'm probably going to call it a night in a bit.
Let's call that up. Yeah, I'm not far behind. Here we go. System survey. What do you mean I didn't spell system right? Fuck off.
Hang on. Hold up.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, Ken, it is. If you look.
Oh, that didn't.
Yeah, it is a pick. So that's 1, 2, 3,
No, you're
4,
right.
5, 6, 7.
It's
12.
3 rows of 12.
But then
I
there's
know.
2 other rows at the bottom. So
Yeah,
what are those for?
They're the timers.
Right, and then you've got these
Whole
the
notes,
trigger
quarter
button.
notes, and then you've got at the bottom is the I think it was the step fine. You could fine
Yeah,
tune
it
the
was
stepping.
unbelievable to see. Yeah, the sequencer on it is fucking unreal.
Oh yeah, it's great.
It's a 9 VCO system, isn't it, with multi-mode filters? And,
Well, it's technically the 103 from the System 100.
103 from the System 100.
Yeah,
103 from the System 100. 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 103 from Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's the miniaturized version of that, really.
Hmm.
But it's got a few extra, trigger points and.
You know what
ins and
really
outs.
makes? I mean, I've not used the 100 in a while, but what makes the 100 as a system so good is that mixer with the spring in it,
Yeah.
and it just adds to the general warmth of the sound when you're using it. And because I've got the speakers as well,
Yeah.
when you're using the whole thing together, because on their own, I mean, okay, it sounds good for a meaty vintage analog synth, but when you hear the whole thing together, because I've had it running syncopated things like, so I've had
Yeah.
the expander doing, say, a bass, and then I've used the keyboard because of the noise to just do drums. And if you program it right, you're not just getting everything sounding parallel. You've got a bass line and a percussion thing going, and then you can play a top line if you disconnect just a patch cable, and you can play something on top. I'm trying to remember, because you've got to remember, technically you can get a 3-part thing going from just the 101 and the 102. So I think the Human League, they had 1 keyboard and 2 expander units and 2 mixers and 2 sequencers. It must have been the amount of time that gets...
Yeah, it's a bit of insight for you then. I said to Vangelis, I said, is Spiral in 3/4 time because of the sequencer? And he went, yep. Because it's 12-step.
Yeah, it is.
Yep. He goes, works though, doesn't it? Yeah. Can't argue with that.
I think you need to actually go on PSN or Mr. Wiggly and also give us a studio tour. Then it's if you've got 100 sat there.
It's actually right now. It's
lovely.
It's right now, Sass. It's boxed up, but it's airtight to make sure that no other crap. Because I've been doing a lot of redecorating. They're really, really nice when they get going, and it's a pity that there's not more people that. I know that.
Have you tried the Behringer System 100 modules?
That's the 100M.
That's 100M.
I've had that as well. No, I'm on about the 100 with the huge.
The original, yes.
Yeah,
it's a totally different
on
sound.
the back, it actually says.
Lovely
on the back, it actually says computer to and from, and you're thinking, what? How?
What computer could this possibly be?
Yeah, exactly. You know back
what?
in 90.
Makes me laugh, right? When I typed in System 700 into Google and then went images, and I go, oh, first image, I go, that looks nice. Clicked on it, and it was fucking one I restored. And it says in 2018, and I'm going, did I? Why don't I remember this? God, look at this. Look how fucking gorgeous that is.
There's not a lot of 700s left, I think, in really usable nick. There's quite a few There's quite a few. I remember years ago on eBay putting in System 700 just for shits and giggles, and people were selling the lab system, the small, like a block of it, for like 40 odd grand, and I thought, no, this is a con.
They've gone up. They've gone up, mate.
The full 700 must be 6 figures. I know the 2500s are going for silly money as well.
Yeah, 2500s. Yeah, I mean they're not really coming up. Let's face it. But what I found very interesting was that the original 700 system that I had, that I think Hans eventually had, he bought off Richard quite some years later as well. It took a while to flog that one. Because they weren't really going, no, what do we want that big thing for? And then suddenly go, oh yeah, we do want that big thing. And he bought it for, I think it was up for 19, and Hans negotiated him down to 12.5.
Kent, and that means this is that time when there was that, you rang me. This is going back a long time ago. You rang me to let me know about 16, 17 years ago that you had 2 System 700s in the workshop.
Yeah.
And I said, how much? And then you said one's going for about 12 or 13, and the other one's going for about 10.5. And I remember I had a new car on order
Yeah.
And I remember I had an agonizing 4 or 5 days where I sat there thinking, shall I just buy that instead and then fuck the car? And then, but I had to buy, and I didn't buy it. And in the end, you told me that Hans bought one of them, and that one of them was actually a prototype, and it didn't even have a serial number.
Yeah, there's no. It's what they called the what was it called? It was called the
Demonstrator.
Initial demonstration model. Yeah.
Yeah.
That a neurosurgeon in Japan bought in the end.
And you're
Yeah. Because they're the only people who could afford them. No, it's interesting because like when you say when people say, oh, you know, £50,000 for a CS80, but if you go back to '76 when they were £6,000, that's how much this house cost.
Yes.
so it's
So
you know,
it should be more like 480,000.
yeah.
Well, it's
Pound for
like
pound.
watching the video that Robbie talked about in PSN about the Fairlight CMIs,
Yeah.
and the price of those, they were, you know, really quite
22.
substantial.
22.
You know, you could have
I
bought
remember
a
finding
pretty
out.
decent house.
Yeah, I remember finding out about how much a Fairlight was because I'd heard about the Fairlight. I'd seen a snippet of it on Tomorrow's World or something.
Yes.
And going, you know, the George dragging along the bloody lino, going,
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Even back
how
then,
have we
they
been
were-
blessed with somebody inventing this kind of thing?
Even the
And I-
Kurzweil K250 was 16 grand for a while.
Yeah,
It was,
exactly.
yes, yeah.
And I remember I went to a shop. It was probably bootleg, and I spoke to Ian. Remember Ian with the scarf? Always had the scarf on. Do you remember him at bootleg? No. Okay. So he wasn't that famous. And I said to him, I said, "Can you find out how much a Fairlight CMI is for me?" And he said, "No, I can tell you." I went, well, he went,
Unaffordable.
22,000. And I went, what? Fucking pounds? Like, he went, yeah. He went, I went, but that's ludicrous. They'll never sell any. It was just like, what?
That would have bought a
22?
house in Esher.
That would have bought Surrey. Do you know what I mean? And I was going, but nobody's going to. Who can afford that?
a lot of top end musicians did.
I mean, you're talking like brand new Rolls Royces costing like you know 29.
yeah.
You know, going, oh, yeah, that's for the millionaires. And there's this synth that nearly costs as much as a brand new Rolls Royce. You go, nobody's going to buy these. This is mad.
Well, and then you've got to think the Synclaviers cost even more.
Yes.
So Trevor Horn and Daniel Miller had them. What's his name? American's gone. Rest in peace. Died of cancer. Avant-garde composer. Always smoked. Frank Zappa.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Frank Zappa had one. And then there were a number of American, film composers. They bought them.
Mate, I had a Synclavier system here, right? Can't tell you who owned it, but I had a Synclavier system, and it came with two 80 meg Winchester drives. Yeah, the ones where it looked like it was in like a one of those plastic cake holders.
Yeah,
That you
yes.
put in and chunk that.
Yeah.
We had two of them with it, and it belonged to a film studio. And I loaded a couple of sounds into it and had a little play. And there was a car chase, all in one key. And
It
I
must have been
found
owned by
out.
It
Universal
was a
Studios.
sample. Yes.
I found out, and no, this is the beautiful thing. This car chase was completely digitally generated on the Synclavier. No
Really?
recordings of any fucking cars or
Wow.
anything, right? And I was able to find out that it came from a film with Billy Crystal and
John Candy.
No.
Gregory Hines, that terrible.
Gregory
cop movie.
Hines,
Oh god.
Running Scared.
Yeah, terrible. movie.
Yeah, we know that cop chase. Sorry, that taxi chase
I kind of blocked it out, but I think
from the airport. Yeah,
I can't remember.
from the airport, and and what it was is there were certain scenes apparently that these two cars chasing, they couldn't really record them, and they wanted
Yeah,
to be
the
able to
Foley,
get.
they probably couldn't get good
Yeah,
Foley on it, so they had to.
Because there was this other sound going on. What the fuck is this? And what it is they ended up on a train track and they were playing chicken with a train in a taxi. Yeah, in this scene, and of course they couldn't record. They didn't pick up the tyres going over the sleepers, and it was all digitally. And it was all on this big Winchester Drive. All these different sound effects they used in that film, and I'm going, that's fucking mental.
Mm.
And then later on in it, I eventually saw a documentary, and they were talking about music. You know the well-built guy, and he talks about music in movies. Does a documentary every now and again. You know the guy?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Always sits at the piano.
And he was doing about sampling and synthesis in movies, and he picked one of the things he picked was the synclavier being used to do this taxi car chase.
That's fucking unreal.
And we're going, I had that in my fucking workshop. I played it, for Christ's sake. Wow.
Yeah, I've just remembered, wasn't the synclavier the one where the operating system had something to do with the US Army, or they didn't? There was some weird...
something to do with one of the airplanes they designed.
No.
Was it space, or was it NASA?
No, it was what's his name, Steve, the guy who literally owns Synclavier, everything that's Synclavier now. The computer that's in the Synclavier, he said, is the same machine or same computer board, however you want to word it, that controls. I think it's the
missile
nuclear
guidance
weapons.
or satellites
Yeah,
or
missile
something,
guidance of the nuclear weapons for the US.
Yeah.
But it's also, and this was the part of the story where I'm going, is he pulling my dick now? He goes, it's the same computer that's in Voyager.
Oh, yeah.
it's V'ger.
In V'ger, exactly.
Yeah.
And he had several black sedans pull up outside his house one day, asking him, in all seriousness, is it possible to remotely detonate the computer?
Synclaviers blowing up all over the world.
Right.
That's quite funny.
And they were serious. They wouldn't go into any great detail, but the way they were wording it, he's going, you think it's going to be captured by aliens and they're going to come back to Earth because there's a roadmap on it. Go, we're over here, guys, like that. And they were really serious that is there a scenario where we would be able to detonate the computer?
Yeah, it's
probably,
a map.
but it's going to take a
quasars.
fucking week before it gets a signal.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because it's like it's on its way past bloody Uranus, and it's like, yay! Yeah, apparently it's quite serious.
Icing the Body Electric saying the Lawrence Livermore Laboratories Synclavier operating system.
Yeah.
Simon Alexander has a working one with an old Mac.
Do you know you can't sell a Synclavier to certain countries because of that computer?
It's still on the hardware restricted list.
God, is it fucking hell, mate? If somebody in Syria goes, hey, I want to own one of them, and you go, hey, go put it up on eBay. You go, yeah, let's do the deal and everything like that. You'll just have, CIA and NSA coming through the windows at you. You go, no!
Alternately, just load it into the back of a car and drive it across Europe into Asia.
Yeah, well, Steve said he's got a list of every single Synclavier synth on the planet, who owns them and where they are. And he has to maintain it, and he's regularly security checked on that. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It's like, well, why use a missile guidance computer?
Because it was fast, it was accurate, it did the job.
It did the job.
And of course, these Synclaviers, they go, we don't go wrong.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, do they? I tell you what, if that's what's guiding the missiles, I don't feel fucking safe. Because you'll have a voice in one go, bye. Like that, for no apparent reason. And the guy, and he's got to come round or fly out to wherever and go, There you go. There's your new board. Right.
Hey,
I'm
can you
calling
be in
it
that
live.
Hudson Clavia group
Right.
on Facebook?
No, I know.
Oh, there is one on Facebook. It's pretty good, actually.
But the chip
tend to
itself
avoid
just
them.
does computational stuff. It's not a data storage device. It's connected to all sorts of other peripherals. So
Yeah.
all the other stuff will go wrong, but the actual chip itself is obviously unlikely to fail, unlike so many other synths with
Yeah, but
unobtainium. in
I
them.
tend to stay away from a lot of those kind of Facebook pages, those forum pages, because so many times I've gone on to these things, I've joined.
No, you're
and
wrong.
it's- and
You're
it's
wrong.
turned-
You're wrong.
Yeah, it's turned into a bun fight because they're going, who are you? You can't know all this. Yeah,
Yeah.
bullshit, fuck off, kind of thing, And you go, all right then. Here he is. And I think he's got his washing machine on.
Hello, Rob.
He's
Good
got
night,
his
guys.
fan-
I'm
he's got
going.
his fan on.
I'm going to bed
Serious
now.
fan. Yeah.
Cheers, Ian. Nice seeing you.
Good to see you guys.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing to do with you,
Nothing-
Rob.
nothing
Honest.
to do with you, Rob. Honest. I'll catch you all later. Night,
Yeah,
guys.
buddy.
First
Look
out.
after
See you, Ian.
yourself. Don't know, man.
Can you hear
The,
that?
the fan's
Yeah.
a little loud, Rob.
It's louder than
Really?
you.
You're on the
Yeah.
wrong mic, I think.
You're not on
Yeah.
that mic, buds.
It's playing silly buggers.
Because you've only just done the
Ugh.
show, gone downstairs, come back up.
No, I know what it is.
What happened? Go on.
Yeah.
Ah,
How's that?
that is completely
A lot
different.
better.
Yes, that's because
Yeah.
it was coming through the camera, and
Oh.
Yeah.
But,
because the rejection
but it
was
was all
fucked.
set up a minute ago. What happened?
No, when I change accounts, it sometimes
Oh,
resets
really?
it all. Yeah,
Oh, Christ.
doesn't always. It's like I can't. I've never been able to figure out exactly why it sometimes does it or sometimes
Yeah.
doesn't do it. So.
Rob, if you don't mind me saying, and please don't take this the wrong way,
I will
You're a cunt.
absolutely take it the wrong way.
and you know how subtle I can be.
Equitable to a breeze block. Yes.
I personally, and I speak only for myself here, I actually prefer the other camera because this angle's a bit sort of up your nose,
Hang on a minute.
and
It is. Well, yeah.
the
no,
Yeah, we-
angle
it's-
the
yeah, it's-
angle of the other, and it's sort of
sorry.
It's fucking Messerschmitts.
That's not it. No, there's something nasty flying around. Sorry, I'll get back to that.
Yeah, it's
It's
called
like, it's like
COVID.
we're framing a Coen Brothers movie here. Kind of.
Hit
yes.
the COVID.
No. So the problem I've got is that I'm very limited with space.
I know. I know.
And
I'm
what
just
I could
saying.
do, what I could
Living
do
in an infinite galaxy.
is do a little bit of that. That's a little bit less up the nose. But unfortunately, I've either got this really small tripod or I've got a really big tripod.
Yeah.
And what I need is the desk to be further away from the wall so I can put the...
Camera behind the desk on a tripod.
Yes.
Is it a fox?
No, do you know what? I don't know what
It's
is.
a
Wild
badger.
horse? Yeah, badger.
Badger.
Get the
No,
badger.
but it's
Badger. Yeah,
it's not pretty, and it's not just like it's not like a crane fly or it's a weird looking thing, and therefore if I don't understand what it is, I kill it.
I see.
dear.
Anyway, yes.
Comes from the
God help his
School of thought.
neighbours. Yes.
Yeah.
So-
No, I've become incredibly more tolerant of all things. It's just like I hate killing anything.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm pretty much I'm a fucking idiot around
But
that.
If I see something and it just really, oh, what's that? I have no idea what that is, and I don't know whether you can sting me or bite me, then just like I don't take any fucking chances.
I have no qualms.
And yet,
So-
I bet you 20 quid you wouldn't do it to a huntsman on the wall.
No, fire. That's the only thing.
Laser cannon.
Petrol and fire. Forget
Just
all of
burn the
this.
house down. Fuck it.
Yeah. So I've got a spider up there, and I'm quite happy with spiders because I used to be really not very pleasant, happy with them. There's one up
Yeah.
there. It seems
They
to
do
have
their
caught-
job.
Exactly, they do exactly. I've Got a little
And
moth
they're it's time for them to come back in now, isn't it? Coming up to September.
Oh, it's mating season.
It's and it's time for
had-
the house spiders to come back
We
in.
had one in the downstairs. Shit, you not.
Yeah.
It was like that, and it was a proper chunky fucker as well.
Yeah, the ones where you can actually
It
see
really
them
was.
eating.
It's one where you hear, especially on the kitchen
Yeah.
floor, if you can hear them walking. Oh,
Yeah.
that's
Hello.
when I start to draw the line. But no, I've got spider catchers and all sorts, and that's just like a last resort.
Well, we
Or
had a big,
houseflies.
we had a
Houseflies
big
don't
black
deserve to
one
live.
in the front room, and it was working its way across the wall along the coving. And I know where it was going to go. She was going to come along the ceiling, down the wall, and get into the old air vents from the old dry air heating system.
Oh,
And
yeah.
Fiona was shitting herself, and I'm there going, Fiona, you're Australian.
Yeah, what the fuck?
I was going to say, all you need to do is spend 6 months in Australia, and
Yeah.
you will get over any phobia you have about
She was
insects.
born in Australia. She's
Everything wants to
terrified
kill
of mice, especially ones that jump.
Oh, nothing.
I said, look, that's just a tiny kangaroo, okay?
It's a rabbit.
Yeah.
It's a baby rabbit.
Yeah,
I know
no,
people
she was.
from China where they eat insects at the night markets and stuff. Yet they
Yeah.
can't look at pictures of insects.
No,
Oh,
go,
it's
to go
disgusting.
to
Yeah.
go to Cambodia, and
Yeah.
then you'll see people eating insects.
But they live there, but some of them cannot. They for some reason can't look at them. They can eat them in a certain preparation, but they can't see them as a natural insect.
Yeah.
Freaks them out.
well,
So it's
lobsters
one of the
are,
reasons-
but
Yeah.
scorpions
Well-
of the sea.
This is why I can never eat lamb, because every time lamb's been given to me, I suddenly get this mental picture of this lovely, cute little fluffy thing hopping around a meadow, and I go, I can't
Rabbits
eat
too,
that.
all that stuff, right?
Yeah, I know. It's,
I used to be. I'm a carnivore, and I make no bones about it. But again, as I said, as I've got older, and I think that the change happens, especially when you become a parent, and you are now responsible for the preservation of someone else's life. That
empathy
you start
starts to creep in.
Yeah,
doesn't
you
it?
really do.
Yeah.
And I, whilst I right now, if you said to me, "I'm cooking a lamb roast," I'll be there in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
There are times I get moments, like fleeting moments, where Paul McCartney is in the back of my head saying, "But it's a lamb. You don't want to be eating lamb."
I was the opposite. When we were driving around, I'd go, sheep's roast lamb, lamb chops. Oh, look, beef cattle. Think
Oh, yeah, I know.
oxtail, steaks. And that was the way I educated my kids. It was sort of, chicken. Yeah, it might be cute, but just think of it nice and roast.
We
And if you ate sausages from New York, you probably ate some mob informants. Just saying.
hog anus.
Yeah.
There's a little.
You will not be troubling us again.
There's a small holding just on the outskirts of the village here, and I don't know if she still does it. She does a lot of. It's like a garden centre, but she used to do rare breed pigs. And she used to get involved with the kids at school and get them down to, see the pigs and then do some sort of horticultural stuff.
Yeah.
And of course she's cultivating these pigs for
Food.
meat. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they were bloody delicious.
Yep.
Especially
But-
Greta.
Well, this is the thing. She
Yeah.
never gave them names.
Don't give them names.
My grandfather used to be weeping every time he would slaughter a pig, and he would cry the first time he ate the meat from it, and after that he'd be quite happy.
Yeah.
It's just the reality of life.
So I had
yeah,
a really
it's a weird situation, isn't it? Really.
I had a harsh introduction to the realities of where food, particularly meat, comes from. Because when I was about, I think it was 9 or 10 years old.
It's not the cannibal story, is it?
No. So we used to go back home to Italy like every year, but this 1 year, my parents couldn't come, so they sent me on my own. And so I went on my own to Italy. This. I don't know. Do they still do this accompanied service? I don't know. But anyway,
Yes,
I was
they do,
accompanied on
yes.
this flight, and my nonna met me at the other end, and she. We went to a place in Turin for a few days in her little flat there, and then we went back into the mountains. And my uncle Agostino, who sadly passed away a few years ago, decided to show me. They were going to take me to get some rabbit for dinner. And I thought we were going to go, somewhere and find rabbits and maybe
here's the gun.
No guns were involved here. So we literally walk across the courtyard. As I say, it's courtyard. It's a pretty, it's a very
to the
rural,
rabbit hutch.
And, no, there wasn't. No, there was no hutch.
Oh.
So these are cattle farming folks. So the cattle have the shed underneath, and then behind that is another shed, and it's completely pitch black. It's a big stone. Imagine this kind of stone building that's built a few hundred years ago in the middle of this field in Alpine Italy. And he said, we've got to wait until, I think it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I was like, why? Eventually we go. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we go, and he opens the door. And the reason we had to wait till 2 o'clock in the afternoon is because that's when the sun was opposite the door. Open the door, and this room fills up with light. And on the floor, I shit you not, there's at least a couple of dozen rabbits that are being kept in this cold stone outhouse. And he sort of looked around and he picked one up by the ears like this. And because the light stuns them, they don't move. So he picks them up and it's just like on the back of the neck. And I'm like, what's he doing that for? So he shuts the door and we go around the corner to the side of the house where there's this kind of like wooden construction. And he ties the rabbit up by its back legs, slits its throat, straight down the middle, skins the fucker. Right, I mean, literally within minutes of going into that shed. And I'm like, what the fuck just happened? And I've never really fancied rabbit after that.
Again, my grandfather taught me to skin rabbits. Shoot, gut, skin. It was.
But it's what I didn't like the taste of rabbit.
But exactly. That's exactly what they did.
But that's the one thing I never really got about rabbit is I don't like the taste. There's not very
game.
little meat.
I don't mind game. Yeah.
It actually tastes pretty good. And depending on, I mean, you only really eat the haunch anyway, so, there's a bit of waste, but that goes to the dogs, so.
Yeah.
It's I was going to say it's a bit like a squirrel, but
can you imagine it though?
I think I've offended enough people this week anyway. So
you imagine though that all the dogs are going, here, don't look into the fucking sun, all right?
I just picture Sasquatch with a Davy Crockett hat on, the raccoon hat.
We didn't even wear deer stalkers. It was just
possum. That's good eating.
My grandfather used to make the best steaks. He grew up in Louisiana, and he'd visit us, and he's racist as hell, but he would come and say he was making possum, and it was just beef. Yeah, but he'd made the best damn steaks on that grill ever.
Oh, yeah, fuck me. How big was this possum?
Well, we knew what it was.
They do get quite big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we had him coming through our yard all the time, so you could have grabbed a real one if you wanted to.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
But it's it's one of those things. I think people have become very disconnected from their food source, and
we're totally disconnected from nature anyway. So our senses are all screwed up. We're used to noise all the time. It's a fucking mess.
I think it depends where you grew up. I grew up in a fairly quiet area, and even as young kids, we used to go out with rifles and shoot rabbits at night, and it was just part of growing up. So I wasn't as distanced, and certainly I tried to bring my kids up in that same tradition, and not to be squeamish, because at the end of the day, if you're going to survive, you need to learn how to fend for yourself in terms of finding food, and whether it's picking wild mushrooms, whether it's fishing, whether it's hunting. And I just thought it was an essential skill that my kids could have. Not that they would necessarily ever need to use it, but it was just one of those things that you had an appreciation for what you were doing. And when I was brought up, the one golden rule was, if you're not going to eat it, don't kill it. So there was never any waste.
And
that
if
was
you read
whether
or
it
saw
was
The Road, you're gonna have to get used to eating people one of these days. So
I couldn't possibly comment. That's all I'll say.
It's made from people, guys. It's made from people.
Solent Green, yes.
Yeah.
someone actually published. I don't know. It's almost like one of those hackers handbook things. It's kind of creepy, or anarchist cookbook. But somebody published a manual on butchering the human corpse and put it online.
Oh, okay.
It's like, what the fuck?
And the LEPD were very interested.
I don't know, but it's like, what?
Who is this guy?
Well,
I notice
remember-
old Matt's in the chat. If he's having trouble sleeping, come on in, buds.
I remember,
I
can't remember which
posted the link.
station it was, but I remember walking down or going down an escalator into some tube station in London, and it was after work, and I'm going, oh, I'm really hungry. What's that smell?
Roast pork.
And I get to the bottom of the thing, and the gates are all closed, and they said, sorry, you have to go back up, you have to go another way, and everyone's like, really pissed off,
Electrocution. Yes.
we've had a jumper, and then all of a sudden that sort of feeling of I'm really hungry turned to yeah. It was a horrible.
I have had worse than that. Before in the early days of my career, I was involved in how can I put this? We were property management, and someone had
You're a bailiff at eviction.
No. That would have been easier. Someone hadn't paid the rent, so
You're a hitman.
I was sent out. I was only in my late teens to go and check on the tenant, and having knocked on the door, etc., we'd written to them, we'd given them notice that we were going to be attending, all this sort of stuff, and my instructions were, if they don't answer the door, you are within the rights to enter the premises. So I went in, and lots of mail behind the door, all this sort of stuff, and into the kitchen, and the fridge was full of food that was a little past its best, should we say, and there was an overwhelming sweet sickly smell in the air, and I went upstairs and found the tenants, both of them, in bed. And it's something as someone in their late teens, an image you will never forget, or I've never forgotten anyway.
Yeah, but you didn't eat them, did you?
Or the smell, yeah. It doesn't take long.
No, it's a very weird smell.
I didn't throw up until after I'd left the house and the police and the undertakers had arrived.
Yeah.
And I was sort of somewhat in shock, and I was standing on the pavement, and when they opened the door to bring the bags out, that's when it just hit me, and I just puked my guts up.
Yeah.
I can only imagine. My cousin sadly committed suicide a couple years ago after he hadn't been found for almost 3 weeks. He had hanged himself in his marijuana shed because he was a grower and had a lot of paranoia and a lot of other issues with some people he was working with, and just couldn't take it. And they didn't find him for almost 3 weeks in the hot weather.
Yeah.
So I can only imagine what kind of mess that was.
Yeah.
It's as Stephen Wilson. I'm going to try and lighten the mood a little bit, but it
Go
is
for it.
related. Stephen Wilson did an album a few years ago called "Hand Cannot Erase," and it's, as Stephen Wilson does, it's a concept album, and it was all based on the true story of a woman who died. I think it was in Lewisham or somewhere south of the river or something. And she had died in her flat and remained undiscovered for 3 years.
Whoa.
Yeah, and it was a massive failure on a whole number of levels of social services and everything. But 3 whole years that she wasn't discovered, and apparently when they went in, she was kind of now part of the sofa, You know, she was
Yeah.
at one with the sofa that
Yeah.
she had died on. And so the concept of the album is, how can somebody die and nobody know for that long?
Yeah.
Which is, in today's society, it shouldn't happen, but it does. And
What was that famous story of the guy who died in his cubicle over the weekend at work, and nobody noticed till Monday.
Wow, Jesus,
Jesus.
that's crazy. But yeah, I mean, it's a very good album, and the if you get the deluxe edition, it's kind of in a book, and they've kind of it's difficult to explain. There's lots of imagery and not of the horrible stuff, but what this woman's life might have been, and all this kind of, and little notes of little handwritten notes that the people have sort of created, and it's this wonderful kind of story. When you listen to the album and read the book, it's a real punch in the gut, but also it's quite a
Not really
interesting
lightening the
experience.
mood, is it?
No.
No.
We're getting used to that sort of shit now.
Yeah, let me tell you about a sketch I heard a couple of nights ago. It made me fucking laugh. This guy is talking to God, and God's saying he's bitching. He goes, because the guy goes, why am I in hell and not in heaven? He says, because you are an unbeliever. And he's going on. He says, yeah, but you could have made yourself easier to believe. You're always doing it to one person somewhere, never in front of a group of millions of people, and all this sort of thing. He said, so he goes, but what do you mean? He goes, make it easier for you to believe. He says, I blame that fucking Dawkins guy. He's going, do you know they put him up on the side of buses now, talking about how I don't exist. God, I've set fire to so many buses. He goes, those bendy ones really fucking go up.
John Simpson sent me a link to the Clitheroe Kid, which was a little before my time. Well,
I remember that.
And Jimmy Clitheroe, I think it was from 67 or something, 72.
Yeah, he was playing a schoolboy until he was in his 60s himself, wasn't he?
Yeah. A bit like the Crankies, sort of slightly weird, but I've got to say that the humour still stands up today. It's astonishing how well written those programs were.
Oh yeah.
So sorry, I just got to say hello to Chris Wareham in the chat. Chris is the guy that I bought my QX1 from, and he's just realised that's who I am. And Chris is a really, really lovely guy, and he's got a great little collection of synthesizers. So hi, Chris. Small world.
Yeah, Chris, Tiny's still looking for that claptrap. What can I say?
I seem to remember I think I said because didn't I pick the QX1 up on the way to seeing you? Pretty sure I picked the QX1 up. Well, yeah, because
Well, have I met you then? do I know you? You know what my memory's like. I don't know. I can't remember, to be honest.
yeah, I'm pretty sure I picked the QX1 up on the way to see you. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's very nice.
Speaking of that, have you used that thing much yet? The QX1?
No. I haven't. No. It's
Is it ready to go, or is it need work?
It's fully operational. It's actually a US model, so I had to buy a step down.
Oh, I tell you what I did find out in the garage today. I'm trying to remember. I'm sure there's a Q involved, and it's in a little pouch.
QI70.
QY70.
Yeah, that's it. The little buddy
Nice.
thing. Yeah.
If you're not using it, Kent, I'll have that.
Yeah, that's if you want it, you can have it. I don't know.
I prefer the QI100. I have a couple of those. They're really cool.
Yeah, I've got 100, but I'll take a 70.
Yeah.
Does
They're
anybody
both good.
remember the Casio 4-track sequencer where it didn't
the
have a
SA1.
loop? Yeah, it didn't have a loop button. It would only play one way and then stop. And if you
No, I
wanted it
never
to
saw that.
loop, you had to put sellotape over the start button with a bit of cardboard to keep it pushed down to do a loop.
That's hilarious.
Mind you, the Spider's the same. The EDP Spider.
The only Casio sequencer I remember is the SZ1, which was kind of a partner to the RZ1. Or RZ1 for our American friends.
Well, the Yamaha QY synthesizers, sequencers were. The interface was very good for its day. These days, it's a
little clunky.
Yeah.
Was there a sequencer, a Yamaha sequencer that looked like the RX drum machine?
Well, there was the
with
QY
the rubber pads and the
there was the
ribs on
QY
it.
700, which was there was the 300 and the 700.
Yeah.
And the 700 was like bulletproof, solid as a rock, and that's what they used the same sequencer tech from that in the RM1X, and then later in the RS7000.
And they all
And
had
that was
that. Like the
great.
Roland had the one, and the Kawai had one. They all had those little sequencers.
And it had pitch bend as well.
Yeah.
So it was kind of the QY 700. I think it also had the like a GMXG synth engine in, because basically that's what they did. They just repackaged it into a shocking blue box and called it the RM1X and said, yeah, it's a dance sequence remixer.
The clever thing about the QY, at least on the 100, I don't know about the 700, it's a polyphonic keyboard, which is crazy.
Yes.
You know, and it even it has velocity too, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing at the time.
And it's completely and totally programmable.
Yeah, I loved it. I was doing like NXS covers on it and all kinds of shit with it.
I used to like all the little, because they did a whole, in the 90s they did a whole bunch of this little kind of almost VHS size, stuff. And I had the SU10, the little sampling one.
Oh, I have that too. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, I never. I bought it because I had a CS1X and it had a space designed for the SU10 to sit on, and B, I saw a South Bank Show documentary about Björk when she was making Homogenic, and there was this shots of her walking next to an Icelandic geezer with an SU10 just knocking out some beats. And I'm thinking, I've got to have one of those.
Yeah. And you've never used it since. Yes.
No, I sold it. I actually sold it.
What was the name of this Icelandic geezer?
The other fun thing about the QY is if you hook a CC box to it with knobs, you can do filter sweeps and all kinds of shit, which is pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Mind you,
Chris says I was on the way to you, by the way. So.
Oh, it was. Yeah. I can remember. This is sad. Buying a MC202 and being in awe of it. That shows you how far back that went.
The other thing that always strikes me about the MC202 is how flipping small it is.
Yeah, it's small.
Yeah. I always think, well, it's got to be like this. It's not. It's just.
Does it feel chintzy? It looks chintzy.
It does.
It was blue with white buttons, which is kind of. It's all right if you're going to go, Regency, but not so much on an electronic instrument. It made it look almost toy-like, didn't it?
Yeah.
But I think because it was 2-track, wasn't it?
It's kiddie.
I think you could do 2 tracks simultaneously.
Something like that. Yeah, it was basically an SH101 with a slightly bigger sequencer on it, wasn't it?
Yeah. But cheaper than a SH101.
Yeah. Didn't have a
you go
keyboard,
confused dog look,
We didn't have that cool keytar action with the handle, right? So.
That's what it's all about.
Yeah, I can tell you what. It makes a hell of a difference to the price if you got that.
Cheap little grip with that stupid pot on it.
Yeah.
Well, when I had Simon's SH101 over here to do the comparison with the MS101, I'm not going to lie, because I'd always wanted an SH101 because I'd seen that advert in 1982 with a kid over the shoulder, doing this. Yeah. I put a camera on the tripod and I did take pictures of myself with this SH, because I knew that that would probably be the only, because I've got the Behringer one, so why would I want the other one? So yeah, I did take, and I saved them.
Have you seen that Japanese ad where they play a Poly 800 like a guitar? It's hilarious.
No, have you seen? There's the what's the name of that? There's a band. It's kind of like that mid-80s kind of Japanese jazz funk, and they're all girls, and in the video, one of them's playing a GS1, another one's on the drums, and another one has got I think it's the CS01 with a breath control.
Oh yeah.
On a guitar strap.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
With the hand underneath, the top left corner.
Very expressive,
with
the breath. Yeah.
And I see, with people
Wow,
with
that's got back
DX100s playing it like that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I almost bought one the other week, and then I thought,
and then you get the liberation. And even the Hulk Hogan couldn't lift this fucking thing and prance around.
It wasn't. I picked one up before. It wasn't that heavy. I mean, it's not.
It was heavy enough for something you're supposed to carry.
I mean,
It's
compared
only,
to
it's only about 10 kilos or something, or 15 kilos.
yeah, you see someone
Not
pick up like a
lots.
mini Moog. That's crazy, right?
Oh well, yeah. I mean, they are quite a lump. But
Or that big keyboard that Edgar Winter played with the ARP 2600.
Oh yeah, right,
that thing wasn't light either.
Yeah. He had a big crook in the back of his neck.
Howard Jones used to carry a prophecy around his neck, didn't he?
Wow.
Not prophecy, a prodigy, Moog prodigy.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like I love it when we get like the professional roadies come around to collect the stuff. Unbelievable. You go, right, I got the trolley. To help help you get the CSA.
Pick it up under one arm.
Yeah, he just goes, no, I'm all right, mate. Open the door for us. And off we go. You go, dude. Yeah, don't worry about it. Got any chance of a brew? Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure.
Well, I've kind of brute in the old IT days. I'd carry two PC towers across the building, one under each arm, no problem. Just
Oh man, yeah. Mind you, even if they were light, after a few hundred yards, it's like, oh fucking hell, my arms are killing me, just because of that angle.
It's a bad angle, yeah.
Yeah, it's not.
And the plastic's digging into your arm and all that
Yeah,
shit.
yeah.
Well, picking up any keyboard under one arm is a complete pain in the arse because inevitably you're going to be squashing the keys, or part of your forearm's going to be pressing against some of the knobs.
Or you turn and it's like the lumber joke where you hit somebody or hit something.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like carrying a ladder, yeah.
So all the keyboards have a very particular way of picking them up. Like Mini is 2 fingers up the back, 1 finger up the front, and it works in everything in life.
It's the shocker.
Trust me.
It's the Moog shocker.
It works. It works. The ladies love it. Trust me.
Say 2 fingers at the back and 1 at the front. I'm sure they do.
Yeah, exactly.
I've decided with my Kurzweils, with the Kurzweils, I'm going to actually screw and bolt handles to them. So I don't actually have to try and pick them up. I can just lift them by hand.
But honest to God, you can pick up most keyboards. Like there's somewhere to get your hands.
Moderators in the chat.
There.
Moderators in the chat.
Stay online long enough, you're going to get the prawn.
You said girls, I guess.
You'd think, using the chat like that, at least offer us free tickets or free membership or something.
I know, it's so
Fuck's
disappointing.
sake. But when it comes to a T8, right, there's nothing to grab onto. Okay, nothing there. And the only real way of carrying a T8 on your own is to do it under your arm. But because of the depth of it, you literally
have really long arms.
Yeah, and it's it's a killer. It really is.
Well, the first synthesizer I ever played and touched was the Korg 700S that we had in high school, and Some Bright Spark chose. You remember those little plastic handles that your nan used to have on her little sliding door between the kitchen and the lounge? That little folding thing.
Yeah.
And they were plastic, that white plastic, that creamy white plastic, covered in a fake chrome coating. They'd got 2 of those, one on either side of the 700S, and just drilled it into the side cheeks, so that you could just pick it up and move it around like this.
It's not hard to pick up.
I know.
What the hell? It's like la la la, and off you go.
Just defaced it, yeah. Right.
Yeah. Yeah, it was, when they're worth nothing.
It was a school, and back then, I think it probably was worth nothing. It was an old analog synthesizer, nobody wanted it.
And yet, it's probably one of the cleverest synths ever created by man.
Yeah.
If you were to go by sound generation per component, it's fucking amazing. No two ways about it. God, I wish I kept that chrome one.
One day I think, if I can, I'll own one. But for now, the software does me fine. So.
Oh, bloody hell. Hello. Oh, bye-bye.
Bye-bye, Charlie.
We got a husky visit. Very brief. Oh, we got a Nelly visit. You coming up
for
to
candy?
Yeah. Yeah, you're looking
Hello,
for.
Nelly.
Do you want a jelly? Come in there.
Jelly
Well,
Nelly.
I've decided I've got to really concentrate on learning the shit that I own already before I start buying any more shit.
Yeah, just get more stuff. That's fine.
We've
I
all
tell you
said
what,
that.
that's becoming
It's
a
very
big
19
mantra round here.
Sass. Yeah, that's we don't do that.
Learn what you already own. Oh,
Well, I mean,
do I have to.
It's cute
Yeah.
though. Cute little idea.
I've got, I'm discussing it with Wagyu and I think Andy earlier, the XFM, which I love the sound of it, but I really need how to use the bloody thing. And
It's
I've got
not
the Korg Prophecy, which makes programming in Kurzweil seem really easy.
I think Oscillator Sync had a really good video on it. Check his out.
Yeah, I have, but I'm one of those people that I'm much better learning by reading rather than watching.
Chris Dodsworth does some great.
Really?
He does, yeah. Chris Dodsworth videos are fantastic, but I prefer to read something, but the documentation with the XFM is not
Basic.
written the way that I would have written it. I'll say that.
Which is why I think the sample track's going to be quite interesting because they've actually got a proper screen on there,
Yes.
rather than just 3-digit LED.
I'm really
I
looking
really
forward to
mustn't
that.
buy any more stuff.
I am, yeah. Next week I think there's going to be another update, and they reckon it's going to be quite a good one. So, I think 'cause
Well,
they-
they've obviously got the hardware nailed. It's just getting the software polished,
Yeah.
I think.
and because they were supposed to, the commitment was to ship in September, so they're going to get delayed. That's not a problem. But if it comes in October, I'll be very happy.
They seem
If
close.
I get it by December, I'll be happy.
Well, they reckon that they've got these extra components now to build another 50, and they reckon that they'll ship by the end of the year. So,
Yeah.
but then they follow that up with all of you who backed us will get them a lot sooner. So,
Oh yeah.
yeah,
But I'm looking forward to seeing how it performs with an external mic plugged in, and being able to take it out and actually do some real world recording as opposed to sampling existing instruments.
oh yeah, that's what it's for, isn't it? It's to go out and sample anything. Which is, it should be very, very good. I'm really looking forward to it.
What was the first amount that they sold, roughly? I can't remember.
Don't know. I'll have a look.
Had to be a few hundred at least.
Yeah,
I think it was. They weren't asking for a lot in their Kickstarter,
it was
and I
good
think
too.
it was oversubscribed 10 times or something. It was.
Wow.
Yeah, I remember too.
Well, they had 1,600, or just over 1,600 backers that pledged 61 million yen, which I don't know what 61 million yen
Was it like a
equates
half
to.
at least
But
half.
it was a massive,
37 quid.
Yeah. But I'm just trying to see if they've. There you go. So
What do you know? You've had enough.
I'm still getting some old Kickstarter stuff trickling in. They haven't given up yet. They're still sending me updates for other crap.
So they had 1,188 backers of the Super Early Bird,
I don't think that was me. I can't remember.
15 for the Standard, 183 for the regular Early Bird, 167 for a limited quantity or whatever I think that was just like non-Early Bird, and then there was 25 for buying a pair of them. So I think doing the maths, you're probably looking at about 1,500 for the first batch.
So if they feel comfortable, they got that covered. That's pretty
Well,
good.
yeah, no, it is 1,600, isn't it? What am I saying? It's 1,600 backers.
It must be very, very frustrating
The
to
goal
have
was
a product ready to go, people throwing money at you for that product, and you can't
not being able
manufacture it
to
because you can't
fulfill.
get the fucking parts for it.
Yeah.
Osmos.
But they've
Behringer.
Rice 2.
They clearly have got the components because they said they've got enough to build another 50.
Yeah.
So
No,
they've
that. Yeah.
Yeah, but
they
that
must have
doesn't-
designed this with the chip shortage in mind.
No, when they launched the Kickstarter, they had the hardware design and a workable software version.
Yeah, but
They
must have built
they
it in
would have
mind.
accounted for
Exactly. Yeah.
their initial run of probably X hundred. Then the Kickstarter came in, and there was quite a reasonable demand for it, and therefore they would then have to go out and resource the components. And I think it's delayed by about 6 months, isn't it? Is it 6 months or 8 months from when they originally said they were going to deliver?
Well, no, they originally said September of
I
this
think
year.
I think everybody's stretching these
Yeah,
out.
September
Yeah,
seems like
it-
always
yeah.
like a thread. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it also it is very much a digital device, so they were probably limited on the. I don't know what it's based on, whether it's ARM based. I'm guessing it's probably ARM based. I don't know whether it's a custom chip or anything. I'm looking forward to getting one. Getting mine and opening it up and finding out actually what's in it, because it chances are it's going to be a reasonable DAC, a processor and memory, a fairly simple amplifier. It's not going to be complex per se, but they've still got all the tooling to do for the moldings. That's all done now, but it all takes time and it all costs a lot of money. I mean, tooling just for cases is just ridiculous pricing.
I wonder how far off though we are from you buy your product, it arrives, you open it up, and you open it up to see what's inside, and it's basically an IOU saying we owe you one sampler.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? So
Well,
stay tuned.
Certainly with smaller scale Kickstarters these days, I can fully imagine a lot of stuff is going to be going back to folded metal, because it's cheaper to go to a local metal shop and getting them to do some folded cases for you than it is trying to get a mold made and doing injection molding
Oh, I don't know, mate.
of ABS.
I don't know.
I mean, it's 11 years ago, I was looking for a custom case for a product,
Yeah.
and we were quoted 25,000 for the mould,
Yeah.
just for the mould, and we were only going to ship maybe 1,500 products, and actually it was cheaper getting a metal case folded locally.
Well, the additional 50 cases that we had made up for the controller, thinking that we were going to be making another 50. What an idiot.
Just think how many you could sell now, though.
Was 9,500
Yeah.
for those cases, and we ended up skipping them.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Clean up in aisle 3.
But I was getting my stuff done in the northwest.
Oh, it's
not
paintersradio.com.
not in St Albans, Oh, for
Yeah.
fuck's sake! Sorry.
Yeah, so if it, oh man, I think it's much. I think it's kind of a safer way, because it never occurred to us at any point to go, we'll get the customers to give us the money for the product first before we made it.
That's Kickstarter for you.
Yeah, but that concept in 2011 was like,
Yeah, you
nobody's
just
fucking-
didn't do
who's
that.
going to do
Yeah.
that, for fuck's sake?
Yeah,
What's
who's
the
going to
matter with you?
hand over money without getting something? Yeah.
We are.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but that's why Kickstarter is sort of so. It was so innovative in that it was a pre-order system, but it was a pre-order system before the product, in some cases, was actually even
Yeah,
physical.
but it was
Now
a
it's more like
pre-order system.
GoFundMe.
Yeah, but it's a pre-order system with zero
Yes.
guarantee of getting the product.
Yeah, we are like, oh my god.
It's literally like guy in the street. Can you lend me $20? I'll get back to you.
Yeah.
What's your name? Oh, you don't need to know my name.
It's like
What's
the
your
kid that
phone
came
number?
around for the-
Pay it
Yeah.
Who
forward.
needs a phone number? Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't got a phone. Don't worry about it. And it is. It's literally like that. And I mean, even
I know
Tyler said
you,
to me,
right?
he's got so many of these crowdfund things that he's done, and he's actually forgotten about half of the stuff that he's put money into. And he goes, there'll be stuff like it just never happens, and they never see the money again. And I was like, so who did you give the money to? What was it for? I said, mate, do a database, will you? Just
Well, it's effectively a venture capital system that's been microscaled.
yeah.
So it's almost like it's a promise. It's not a guarantee. It's a gamble.
Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, it's the same with this risk price too. If Rowley go, oh, do you know what? We can't do this. We'll have to either push it back another year or something like that. Thanks for the interest. What can you do? There's nothing you can do about it.
It shouldn't really matter, but I've actually had better luck with Indiegogo stuff than Kickstarter stuff. Don't know why.
It's not the platform. It's
No, it's just the type of the crowd they attract or something. I don't know.
Yeah, probably.
I think I've
The
done
company.
both.
It's a company, right?
I mean, I'm still waiting for Electronic Voyager, which I backed, God knows how many years ago, and then bought some of the extra stuff that they did, like the album, the Moog. There was a Moog album that they did, and Michelle's as frustrated as anyone else. Obviously she's not. But didn't she say when she was here a couple of weeks ago, they're still like short of 150k
Yeah.
for all the legal work and getting tracks cleared. That's ridiculous.
Good luck with that.
Well, yes.
Well, it's like many things. When you think back to the early days of sampling, and we had all those mix hits that came out, and all the reuse of samples and all this sort of stuff, they weren't cleared through legal. There were no permissions asked. There were no permissions granted. It was just, this is what's happening. And everyone was content until obviously some lawyer somewhere went, there's some money in this.
Gold mine.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, no, I mean, Nile Rodgers tells the story, doesn't he, of hearing Good Times, but hearing it when it was the Sugar Hill Gang.
Yeah.
And thinking, hang on a minute.
I
That's
wrote
me.
that.
Yeah. I mean, artists cottoned. I mean, eventually people cottoned on and said, hang on a minute. I think there was a time when it was, you could sample a bit here, sample a bit there. It was kind of a mark of respect, wasn't it? And then people just started going and sampling like entire things. I mean, the David Bowie snare from Let's Dance is one of the most sampled snare drums, if not one of the most sampled things ever. And Bowie never got anything for that, nor did Niall as the producer, nor did was it Bernard? Not Bernard. Tony Thompson. Was it Tony on the drums on that? I don't know. But anyway, nobody got anything, and that snare is just like it was everywhere.
Well, the worst was Vanilla Ice who just stole the fucking song from
Well, yeah.
Under Pressure.
Yeah.
But there was also the Amen break.
Oh, the Amen break, yeah, from.
That has been
a few
sampled
years ago,
so many times.
Yeah, but a few years ago, a bunch of people, did a crowdfunding thing and actually got, I forget his name now, the guy that wrote the song. They actually got
The
him
Winstons.
a check.
Was,
Yeah, the
Allman
Winstons
Brothers.
were the band, yeah. And they got the last surviving guy that wrote that song. They got him a check for I think it was 15.
Oh, there's only one guy left. That's terrible. That's like all that Led Zeppelin stuff. They finally had to start paying up people they ripped off for decades.
Yeah, but the thing about Led Zeppelin is they were originally a blues band, and let's
Doesn't
face
matter.
it,
They lifted.
are there
songs
any
and
songs
lyrics.
in blues that haven't been done already?
Well,
They were
blues song is a
actually
cover of another
lifted
blues
lyrics
song.
and everything. Come on, that was just rip off.
Yeah,
Yeah, and who hasn't ripped off Led Zeppelin?
Did Enigma ever get sort of like 13th century monks suing them?
Who would have ripped off?
I mean,
There's this
how
really,
many
really old
songs-
There's a
guy at the door,
monastery
he wants
somewhere.
money.
Yes.
Yeah,
The
he wants
difference
money.
is these are poor black artists who nobody gave a shit about and just stole
Yeah.
their music.
Yeah.
So
It's always. I mean, Malcolm
Yeah.
McLaren got a whole bunch of stick for Duck Rock because he'd gone over to South Africa and recorded all these artists, and then didn't really cut them in for a decent, slice.
at least Gabriel put people in the spotlight and gave them
Oh,
credit and stuff.
yeah.
you know.
Well, Ladysmith Black Mombasa, I think he introduced to the UK, didn't he?
He,
Or was
I mean,
that
not
Paul
only-
Simon? I can't remember.
Yeah.
Well, no, yeah, Paul Simon had him on Graceland, and I think that's the.
Yeah,
the sort
that
of
was
came-
it.
Yeah.
But the thing with Gabriel is that not only did he give credit, but he also gave him a
Gave
record
royalties.
deal. He gave them a deal and put them on Real World.
And took them on tour and everything. It's crazy. You know, it's
Well, even to this day, I mean, I went to see him on the Back to Front tour. God, I don't know how many years ago that was. It wasn't that long, but he had a Real World artist open up for him, and it was some guy from North Africa playing an instrument whose name I can't recall. It was one of those kind of sort of dark, mysterious things. It was just him, and it was awesome. It was absolutely. And Peter comes on the stage and introduces him.
That's great.
You know,
Did you guys ever see that WOMAD stuff?
Yeah, Womad, yeah.
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 Yeah, that's still going. Although I think it had a couple of years off, but it's still a thing. They just released the 82, the first one. They just released that as a live
really?
album.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'll have to check that out.
And that's got also. I mean, that's got the beat on it, and a whole bunch of sort of fairly big names.
But when do you think, sort of back in the 60s and 70s, the old Top of the Pops albums,
Oh God, yeah.
which were, very bad covers of songs. Yes, they were cleared, but the royalty aspect was actually more a sort of acknowledgement rather than a massive payment. But then you get to something like the Verve Bittersweet Symphony, where the sample was an acoustic, a recreation of, a recreation of Stone's track.
It was an orchestral version of the last
But
time that was on the
symphonic,
Music
yeah.
for Pleasure. Yeah,
Yeah,
on the Music
and-
for Pleasure album.
That was done by someone else, so they sampled that, but then the Stones stepped, and the Verve ended up handing over 90% of their royalties.
Oh, they never made anything.
It was
from that
just
record.
like that was sort of taking the piss because, okay, I'm not an artist, obviously, but you would have thought that if someone is treating property which someone else has already recreated, that they would be a little more reasonable. You just think,
Take my mate Robbie, right?
Yeah.
He took Fast Car and made it into an Ibiza dance track.
yeah,
And even when his record deal was being set up with Virgin, it was the money's. He said, "Oh, we've got obviously we've got to credit Wassamush,
Tracy Chapman.
Tracy Chapman, thank you, and the royalties to be paid and stuff like that." And it was 100%, absolutely 100%.
well,
And
did Nick Bass actually earn anything from
Yeah,
what he did?
I said to Robin, I said, what was the actual rationale? He said, he said, what you do is you do a blatant cover of a record. Yes, got a different singer. Yes, put a beat on it and all the rest of it, and make it all sort of like woo, raise the roof kind of thing. And I've now got a record deal and a career.
Yeah,
Tracy got the money, but I've got a record deal and a career.
Everyone's a winner.
yeah.
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 And the next thing I do is my song. and my lyrics, and blah 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 blah.
Yeah,
And
and everything I own from now on.
yeah. He said if I just kept pushing the doorbell with the tracks I write anyway, that they're now paying me great deals of money to do, never got in.
As Chris had said, you earn the money off the B side. Yeah.
Exactly so. So I'm thinking, oh, I wonder if I should do a cover of something. Like Wall of Worlds.
Yeah.
Do a cover of Wall of Worlds. Jeff won't mind, will he?
No, but his lawyers might.
Good album, I've got to say.
Yeah. I can play every single note of it as well. It really annoys me.
Wow.
I love that album. All of it.
I mean, it could be updated slightly for the current millennia.
We put an Ibiza beat on it.
No, that's happened.
Oh, it did, didn't it? Yes.
What, someone
did.
redid it?
They did a whole bunch. They commissioned a whole bunch of remixes, dance remixes of stuff.
Yeah.
And
like switched on War of the Worlds.
They,
boom, boom,
in the in the Super Deluxe set, there's like 6 CDs in there, and at least one of them is modern day remixes. So yeah, it's been done. As a lot of things were sort of late 90s, early noughties. Oh yeah, let's just stick everything to a dance beat and sell it again.
Yeah.
Well, actually, Paul Ortola says death to bar bands. How does it work if you're sort of... it's a shame Ben's not here, but if you're a cover band and you're playing live to a live audience, are you paying PRS fees, or is
No,
the venue paying PRS fees?
The venue pays.
So you can cover a song legitimately singing to a live audience, but you can't record it.
Yeah.
That's sort of a bit weird, isn't it?
So, as a venue, you buy a PRS license. You pay annually or whatever for PRS license,
and it's not cheap. I've got to say.
No, exactly. And then basically they divvy that up. I don't know how they work it all out, but they divvy it up, and that's how it works. It goes into a pot, and PRS send it out to their members.
Yeah, but when you get a PRS license, you don't have to register each track that is being played.
No.
So,
it'd be unfeasible.
Again, I don't understand how PRS then distribute the money that they are getting. Is it based on the number of registered artists they have, and then it's just spread across them all, or?
I honestly don't know, but that's how it works. You know, having played in a number of covers bands myself, you as a band, you can go out and play whatever you want as long as the venue's PRS licensed, and if they're not, then it's the venue gets in trouble, not the band. It's just like any you go and see Hot Chip, and Hot Chip will do a cover of Sabotage, Beastie Boys, and a mighty fine cover version it is too. It doesn't bother them, it's the venue's PRS license that will pay into that pot, and then it's divvied out, and I don't know what the algorithm is or what the equation is, how they work it out, but that's how it works.
I'm just thinking about the big bands, cover bands that were touring, ABBA-esque, etc., that were doing massive, almost stadium shows, and not getting hammered the way that a recording artist working in their bedroom would get hit. Just seems somewhat
that's live music recording
unfair.
Is just...
But if Ben and the guys do I don't know, Our Friends Electric or something down at the Dog and Dildo, and
I've been there.
yeah, right. But they
pint.
play and go and do the business. Who the fucking has PRS find out?
They don't. It's one of these things where it would just be impossible for every venue in the country, and the same, for whichever organisations like ASCAP in America, it would be impossible for them to.
Sorry, ASCAP?
Yeah.
Okay.
ASCAP.
Yeah, not ASCAP.
Oh, right. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
It's another
Not
club,
that-
the ASCAP.
not a cap in
Yeah,
Yeah.
the ASCAP is like it's next to the Blue Oyster. Sorry.
But yeah, so it's I think it's just kind of like it all goes into a pot, and then it's kind of divvied up on. And I don't know what they do to what the equation is, but
Yeah.
as a published songwriter, you will get something from that, and maybe it's based on, like for example, if you're like a radio station, you have to log everything that you play as a radio station.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether they use that data to say, well, Gary Newman
Nah.
gets 2%
Stylab,
of airplay.
Stylab
I
saying
love
based
screaming
on,
at it. Yeah. There's a
That-
formula. Yeah.
Yeah,
they
they're
use-
based
Yeah.
on
what
past
those
revenue.
formulas are. Yeah.
Yeah, but when they look and they go, it's a radio station. Oh, cool. Yeah, and it's sort of like, or it's it's a band playing in a venue
It's like
that takes
Spotify.
2,000 people, and then but then they go Spotify. Oh,
Yeah, but Spotify, if you're Coldplay or Britney Spears or whatever, you've got millions and millions and millions of hits. Your price per play is much larger than you or me on Spotify, where we might have a couple of hundred listens. So it's all done by proportion.
There's
And
always
then
so much
it's-
trance
and
and
then Guy
techno.
gets the Guy Berryman gets
A lot of
big
trance and
cut of
techno
that.
early stage
Yeah.
used classical
Yeah.
music because it was catchy tunes and it's out of copyright.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, hence the switched on.
There's lots of
Yeah,
people.
but
making lots of
Bach
money
would
about
be
working
quite
this out.
rich by now.
Well, like William Orbit did a bunch of stuff, just
Bob would be very rich.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, he might not be rich. He might not have been rich because even if somebody told him, he wouldn't have heard it. He said, what?
He would have been in
What?
the modular.
Where's the
Yeah.
drum sample when you ask for it? Come on.
He was using modular, the
Sorry.
old church organs. It's the original modular.
All right, fair.
Yeah, Bach could afford that. No, but was it Mozart could afford that fucking System 55, couldn't he? I mean,
And I
There's
wonder if
photographic
anyone
Oh,
has,
proof.
that phone, right? That first.
has anyone
I
ever
found-
covered Pachelbel?
You're back again.
Spam.
Oh, no, it's pathetic.
Has anyone not? Sorry.
Has anyone covered any Pachelbel? Or Pachelbel, depending where you
Sure.
come
Techno, it's all the techno's in everything.
Oh,
now.
I'm sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it must be.
I mean, the most famous
What?
was like Orff, O Fortuna.
Oh yeah, that was so big.
uh,
They really just took that, didn't they? Do you like that one, Cleo?
I love how she just sat there.
There's even
Yeah,
a whole
she's
album.
really
Someone
great
did
tape.
Carmina Burana. It was some famous rock band. I forgot who it was, but they did an entire album covering the entire Carmina Burana with liner notes and everything. And an ex-girlfriend had, and I forgot to get a copy of it before we broke up. So
Well, a lot of people
Let's be
probably
honest,
thought they did it.
Tamita made a whole bloody career out of it. So.
yeah,
yeah, to me, exactly. Yeah.
yeah. Mind you could put it down a pretty strong dance beat down to Eric Satie, really, couldn't you?
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Newman did a cover, didn't he, of Gymnopédie? I forget which one it was. One, I think. It wasn't necessarily dancey, but it had a beat.
And of course, Emerson, Lake and Palmer did a bunch of
Because
stuff. So
the
you know.
famous thing about Satie was that he didn't write like a proper score. He just like wrote it all down, didn't he? And there was no.
Yeah.
He didn't use bars. Was Satie's thing. So I mean, I've heard that played, and it's always slightly different.
Mind you, Satie was as mad as a bag of cats
Well,
anyway.
yeah,
wasn't
indeed.
Aren't most composers?
he? Yeah, I'd definitely qualify.
I was thinking of Ty, actually, but So.
No, Ty's far too sane. Far
I
too
do
sane.
like those turn of the century French composers that are very, very good. Like Debussy, he's my hero.
Oh, Debussy.
Oh, yeah.
Debussy, my love.
A painting of them. I don't have it up anymore.
Yeah, but you got to love some of the
Did you-
Italian composers, my friend.
Well, yeah.
You really do.
Did you hear there was a recording released not that long ago
Oh, yeah.
of Debussy playing Clair de Lune? And it wasn't an actual audio recording, because obviously that technology didn't really exist, certainly not in his world. It was, he played it on one of those pianos that records it onto the roll.
Oh, nice.
Piano.
So it's a recording, And then they
Yeah.
just put the roll back into it, and they played it, and it was, this was Debussy's performance
Wow.
captured on a paper roll.
I was at the Getty Center a few years ago, and they had a whole evening of piano roll compositions, original ones just made, famous ones, and it was people just sitting around watching on piano. It was pretty awesome. There were some great tunes.
Wow.
Some are classical, some are weird, but I have an actual CD of Rachmaninoff playing Rachmaninoff. It's amazing, and I love Prelude in C sharp minor. It's such an amazing track. So it's one of the darkest things you'll ever hear.
What was it I heard the other? You know when you end up on YouTube and you just sort of like, oh, what's the next video? Okay, well, fight scenes in movies. Okay, yeah, or whatever. And I come across a video which is it's not a video, but it's on YouTube. And basically, what it is a recording of an interview.
Excuse me.
It's on YouTube. It's not a video.
Yeah. No, what I mean, there isn't a visual.
Yeah,
it's an audio recording.
It's a static
on
photo,
YouTube.
yeah. And it's an interview with BBC Radio, whatever, back in many moons, with J.R. Tolkien about Lord of the Rings. And the guy says to him, he goes, what is the one question you get asked the most? And everything like that. He goes, and he's going on about. He says, the question that I'm always asked by people, they come up to me and they say, so why didn't Gandalf just fly on one of the eagles to the volcano and throw the ring in? Or even, the hobbits go on the eagles and throw the ring in and then fly back again.
Was it the BBC one?
Yeah. And he goes, and I say to them, shut up.
So it's not a bloody short story, right? So
yeah, it's like, duh. Yeah. But yeah, it's go fucking hell. There's a recording of him. I don't know. I had visions in my head. I don't know why. Don't ask. But I had visions in my head that somehow he was like 18th century. I don't know why.
There's a 1968 video which I'm posting in the chat.
Oh.
And there was also an earlier one, I think. But that wasn't BBC, I don't think. Yeah, there's some from 1964, but it was only released in 1961. But yeah, I mean, he wasn't an 18th century writer or anything. He was relatively modern.
Yeah.
As was, George Orwell, etc.
Yeah, just without knowing, I got this impression that he was from many moons ago.
Oh, that's not in the post. I've got to do it here, haven't I?
All right, I'm going to take off, everybody. Cleo, say bye-bye.
Bye, Cleo.
Oh, see you later, babe. See you later, sweetie buddy.
She's like, leave me alone. All right, I'll see y'all. Have a good night.
Take care, Dave. Love yourself, bud.
Good night. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's an interview I've just found with C.S. Lewis and J.R. Tolkien on the power of fiction. I miss these sort of interviews.
Who was it was going to watch She-Hulk? Or whatever it was called. It was you. So, and?
Really good.
You liked it,
yeah?
didn't you?
Really enjoyed it.
Oh, okay then.
First 2 episodes, yeah. Really enjoyed it. It's silly. It's funny. But it works.
Oh, okay. I'll give it a go then.
Did you watch House of Dragons?
But somehow I maybe the bias kicks in, but from what I've read, I would be one of those people sort of grinding my teeth at it. I suspect. I don't know. I do want to watch it, but
but you know what? You hear this a lot though. With people you go, "Oh, what I've read,"
Well,
there's
this
a very
is why
strong possibility they haven't watched it either.
Are you going to call the She-Hulk
this is why
Sue? Is that
this is why I do say, you know, if I've read something, it doesn't stop me from watching it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But I do wonder how my own personal biases might kick in based on what I have read. So I do watch an awful lot of stuff, and I think, okay, the people who wrote these reviews, what the fuck are they talking about? You know, they're giving it like, you know, two stars or 1-star reviews, and I'm thinking, yeah, you know, it was a good way to spend an hour and a half on a film, or, you know, actually, you know, I quite enjoy this. So I even though I acknowledge my own biases, I do still try and enjoy what it is that I'm watching.
Yeah.
Well, Marvel's track record is way better than DC. DC's made some real crap.
Oh, yeah, but it's like I said yesterday. I didn't think I was going to like Buzz Lightyear.
I haven't watched that. I've got to watch that.
It's kind of classic Pixar. It doesn't
Pixar doesn't let down.
Yeah,
Pixar never lets you down. They know how to do a story. Yeah,
it's a good little story.
But no, much better than I thought.
You know, when you watch a superhero movie and there are elements of humor in there and comedy.
Yeah,
She-Hulk is like all of that. So it's, yes, there's action, and yes, there are superheroes, and there are, you know, classic comic book villains and all this kind of stuff. Tim Roth is the is the villain in this, and the whole setup is so simple that I don't want to spoil it for anyone, but you know how she becomes She-Hulk is just like, it's kind of taken care of in a few minutes. They don't fucking mess around with that, huge backstory. Look, she's the Hulk's cousin, but something happens and she gets Hulk powers, but she has them slightly differently, or quite a bit differently, should I say, to Banner, who is in it. And I think that also makes it, I'm not saying don't detract from
it authenticates
Tatiana
it.
Malinder, who's the
but it kind of authenticates it because
it gives it the gravitas.
Mark is in it,
and he is such a great actor. I love Mark Ruffalo. There's some of the stuff that he's done, not just superhero stuff, but you know, the serious stuff. He's very good, and he brings that humour to it, and she's pretty good. And there's a guy in there. What was that? There was an American sitcom. Andy, you might be able to tell me this. With Bronson Pinchot.
Oh,
you know?
Perfect Strangers.
Was it? I think it was that.
That's Balky.
And it was the American guy.
I don't know him, but a curly-haired guy.
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah.
And he's in She-Hulk. He plays her father. And I kept thinking, I know you. I couldn't.
He hasn't been in much from what I remember, but that's a case where Bronson just took off and did Beverly Hills Cop and all that other stuff, you know.
Yeah. But no, I thought it was entertaining, and I'm looking forward to watching episode 3. So, it's good fun.
But speaking of Pixar, Toy Story 3 was really dark. That was amazing. I was surprised by that.
Yeah. But the thing with anything with Pixar, there are always 2 levels.
Yeah.
There's a level that the kids.
It's the Warner Brothers phenomenon. Yeah.
And there is a level above that us adults can go.
Okay. Yeah. There's something for everyone.
Yeah.
Well,
exactly.
because I was thinking, it's got to be more than just, it's just a girl turning green and smashing shit up. Because I mean, if that's all it was going to be, I could go downstairs with Fiona and watch that.
No. So if you've watched the Marvel films, you know that eventually Banner gets control of the Hulk side of him, and it all coexists. You know, he's now this. He's not the big Hulk that we used to see.
He's got like an almost normal face but a big body.
Exactly. Yeah. So he's the combined Hulk.
Yeah.
So he's now, he's rational. He has the big physique, but he has the mentality of the Banner character.
Did that ever happen in the comics?
I don't know. I
don't think it did, right? I don't think it.
No, Ken will tell you. Ken Flux Pierce, he'll know. But so the thing with She-Hulk is that it kind of follows that path, and she's a lawyer, she's an assistant district attorney as she starts off, and then she soon becomes not that for a reason I won't divulge. And then basically she gets hired to be a solicitor or a lawyer for a company that represents superhuman people, and her first case is the Tim Roth character, whose character name escapes me. Is it Abomination or something? I don't know, something like that. And of course, Tim Roth is fucking Tim Roth, and Tim Roth is just fucking brilliant. Yeah. So that again, that adds a little bit of sort of gravitas to the whole thing. But no, it's good fun. It's good fun, and I shall be watching.
I think it might with me. It might have been just because when I saw it and they go She-Hulk and everything, I've gone, oh fuck me, really?
It does, yeah.
And it was a knee-jerk reaction because of things like on Disney Plus, right? It's Star Wars series after Star Wars series. It's like the guy that repaired Luke's speeder, a Star Wars story. And it's like it's going to be like 12 episodes.
That's what Kevin
series.
Smith was joking about. They should do one on the maintenance guys of the Death Star.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So
yeah, do a comedy. I mean, why not?
Yeah.
I actually like all the Star Wars. The only one that I didn't really go. Well, I watched it all and I just thought it was Boba Fett.
Yeah, I thought so.
That was the one that just. I was like, oh god, this is really. It's a bit slow. But Mandalorian was great, and I thought.
Yeah, I did like that.
Obi-Wan was brilliant. I thought that was really, really because that's so much closer to the the films in terms of the timeline. They couldn't fuck that up. That had to be done properly, and it was done really, really well.
It's like all these little shorts that they're doing on Disney now. Like you got the I Am Groot 5-minute shorts and stuff like that. They're quite good and stuff like that. Because I often come downstairs and find Fiona watching all that.
Yeah, do you know what? I've been pleasantly surprised by the whole Disney Plus experience.
Yeah.
My son badgered me into getting it. He said, "Oh, you got to get it. It's got Mandalorian. Got to get it. It's got Mandalorian. Got to get it. Mandalorian."
Yeah, we signed up because of Mandalorian.
Exactly, and so I thought, oh well, I'll give it the free month a try. And by the end of that free month, we're like, no, I'm paying for this because there's a lot of good stuff.
Yeah, it was a return to a saner Star Wars, smaller settings, more story driven.
Yeah,
not so much effects in your face and bullshit.
And
little
Andor
animals
looks really good. From the trailer alone, I mean, it looks really
admit,
good.
though, from a watching Star Wars perspective, I was doing it for the CGI. Sorry.
No, I enjoy CGI, but if that's all it is, it's really just a technical fest. I'm like, you have to have a fucking story. Right?
But that's the thing with a lot of these, well, pretty much everything that they've done in terms of the TV shows, Mandalorian, Boba Fett, Obi-Wan, and the others. There's very little traditional CGI, shall we call it, where they're superimposing stuff.
Yeah, they're real scaled down.
They have this big studio, I forget what they call it now, but it's like this big circular screen, and they project the set. So there's no
virtual sets.
It's a virtual set, and they project everything onto these screens, and the actors act in front of these screens, so they see everything. It's not like green screen; it's that they're in an environment that's been created. It's all.
They did it on a small scale with Gravity for the scenes with Sandra Bullock. There's some little screens around her head, like a small version of that to get some of those scenes.
Yeah,
I was surprised to see that Mos Eisley is still there in Tunisia. You can go and visit it. I had no idea. And that Popeye set where they built that whole village for Popeye, Williams, the Williams one.
Oh, Robin Williams, yeah.
The Robin Williams one. It's still there.
It's like Lord of the Rings, isn't it? It's all that stuff in New Zealand is now a tourist.
Or Hobbiton, and all that.
And isn't the Titanic something in Mexico where they built this big,
could be.
And there's they had half the Titanic. I think that's
they had a traveling exhibit file to show all the stuff how they made it, and that was interesting. But
there's quite a few film sets that are still existing. I think I was watching something yesterday about a guy. He's got he makes props and stuff like that, and he's got this huge warehouse, and they're wandering through it, and he's got a bloody aliens powerlifter. Just sitting there, like, dude.
As one does.
as one does. Yeah.
If you look very carefully, you can see how there's a guy in there. It's pretty funny.
Mm.
You know how that
But
machine works. Yeah.
Weirdly enough, you said they had the power lifter, but they also had the power lifter clamps, but made even bigger, and it was just the arms.
Yeah, because it
shot
wouldn't work
where he
with the way
goes
it
up
was.
and
Yeah,
collects the-
because they had to make it as light as possible since there's
Yeah.
a human in the back walking it around.
Yeah, exactly. So they just have these very big ones to do the close-up shot of her, collecting the cargo container and stuff. But yeah, it's brilliant. Apparently, the Captain America shield is really, really heavy.
Mm.
For all those things to make all that sort of like it's a very heavy shield shots, and these two dirty, great big bloody magnets on his arms. Catch it. And they've got this huge, burly, long blonde hair kind of thing. And he's having trouble picking up Vilna. He can't. He actually physically. They've made it deliberately incredibly heavy to help people act like it's heavy, as opposed to it being light, a piece of plastic or something, and pretend that it's incredibly heavy. So it's very clever. Now, if I could have had a job designing spacecraft and stuff like that for science fiction films, I'd be dog with two dicks, mate. I really would.
Well, I'm looking forward to Artemis going up in a couple of days. And the beginning of that. And going
Well, what
back
about
to
this
the
new
moon.
SpaceX being called a Starship? I have issue. It
Well,
doesn't look like it can do what minimum it's going to have to do is 4 light years to be a starship. Yeah, or they should look up what the meaning of fucking starship is.
Well, the first space shuttle was called Enterprise, so
Yeah, but not a starship.
I'm
Inverted commas.
excited. I'm excited that they're talking about going back to the moon again.
Yeah, me too.
And I remember
To fight the sharks
Or Nazis.
Oh God!
or Nazis was one or the other, isn't it?
I remember vaguely remember the end days of the moon landing, sort of 72, 73 sort of period.
Yeah.
But it having watched all the footage and having watched people like I've forgotten his name now, the guy who's reconstructing all the old Apollo equipment, it just fascinates me, and I think that I understand why the space program ended. I mean, the budget was out of control, there was loss of interest, all this sort of stuff. But I just think that there are real opportunities for us to really start branching out in terms of habitat and longer term survival on other planets. And I'm sort of really rooting for it, in quite a childish way. It's that sort of, oh wow type thing,
Well,
Here, did you ever hear this thing about cold welding? You ever heard about this? If you go into space, so you're in a vacuum. It was something to do with one of the Apollo spacewalks they did, and something. It was a problem with the door where they couldn't close the door or something.
Yeah.
But they found that if you take 2 pieces of metal with clean surfaces, and touch them, they become one piece of metal. You can never. It's one piece of metal.
Yeah.
Not 2 pieces stuck together. It's now one piece. And the negative electrons merge and everything, and it just becomes one piece of metal.
Yeah.
If you do it in a vacuum. I thought, well, fuck me, that's a bit of a problem, isn't it? You can't have shiny spaceships, basically.
But it's that sort of technical challenge which is surpassable, though. There are all sorts of
but they use it on Earth now.
molecular coatings now that
you can now
be
put
applied.
When they apply these thinner than a human hair filaments to ICs.
Yeah.
And they're so delicate, and you can't really use heat. They put it into a vacuum, and you can just touch it, and it just
and
becomes
bond them. Yeah.
It's bonded for life. Yeah. I thought, fuck me, I never heard about that. And yet they found this out in the 60s, and yet I've never heard any documentary cover this sort of thing.
No, I want my Neil Armstrong moment. That's what I want. I want to watch something happen live.
Do you know, I watched that video of Neil Armstrong, but this is the first time I'd ever seen the Neil Armstrong punch with audio. And when I heard what that guy said to him...
Oh, you mean the Buzz Aldrin one?
Oh, was it Buzz Aldrin?
Yeah.
Yes, it was. I do beg your pardon. Where he said,
you
are a liar and a coward because you never went to the moon. I go, yeah, no wonder. He said, lucky he didn't have a fucking aluminium baseball bat, Andy.
Yeah.
I bet, what a wanker. Yeah.
It's going to be interesting, you know, when you know, we do put somebody back on the moon. Which, you know, is from what I hear, you know, very, very close.
Yeah.
How it's covered. I mean, it will get all the fanfare again because, you know, obviously we haven't been there for nearly 50 years or almost 50 years. And there will be, now we live in a world where, you know, we're connected 24/7. We have social media. You know, technology is improved in terms of hardware, cameras, and everything. We're all, it's not going to be fuzzy, grainy, black and white stuff. It's going to be, you know, crystal clear 4K or you know, similar, and I just think it's going to be fascinating.
Plus, they'll be able to do a selfie from the surface of the moon, right?
Well, and
with the Earth in the background, and go, "Hey, look, fuckers, globe, fucking round."
Well, they won't believe this. It's photoshopped. They'll never believe it.
Did you see the news today that guy? I think he's a British guy. Has been sifting through the NASA photo archive with their permission, of course. He's been working with them. All the photos, you know, so they all took Hasselblads, you know, medium format Hasselblads up, and they got all of these rolls and rolls and rolls of pictures that they were just, you know, they were taking literally snapshots. And he's been going through and restoring some of these pictures, and some of these have never been seen before, and they've all been digitally restored and enhanced to, you know, sort of bring out the detail.
Yeah.
And on the news today, he said, you know, we found this one picture, and it was like, you know, it's a single frame, and just sort of like in the top, in the middle, is like a little bit of light, but you can't see anything else. So he said, I knew there was something there because it looked like a reflection, so there had to be something there. So they scanned it, and then drew out the contrast and what it was I can't remember
Capricorn
the name of the
1.
And he's looking. It's the astronaut with his glass faced helmet on, and he's obviously looking out the window at something, and that little glimmer was the reflection on the curvature of his glass helmet. And they've done this. It's now super enhanced, and you can see like this guy looking out, and this just sort of sense of wonder on his face. It's just amazing. Some of these pictures have just never been seen before.
It wasn't a grey reflecting in his helmet.
But no, it's stunning. You know that they've 50 years on, they're just finding these things just by sifting through and using modern technology to bring out the detail that's, you know, embedded in.
Yeah. Well, I'm still, you know, really impressed that SpaceX, etc., have managed to reduce the cost of space travel to the extent where it is effectively affordable, and that, you know, sending astronauts up to the space station is now routine. You know, the shuttle was really impressive, but what they're doing now is really quite astounding. I mean,
we never should have stopped the rockets. The Saturn V's are great. The fuel was much less damaging to the environment. They were cheaper to operate, and people wanted
hydrogen is a great fuel. You know?
Well, it was the concept of putting people in space was the big drive to get the money. So let's put people in an airplane-like thing to go into space. It's like, no, you guys still had those Energia rockets for a long time in Europe, and we weren't doing that shit. We were doing other stuff, and it's like they should have kept the rocket program. So it's pretty sad.
The shuttle was folly.
It was. I mean, it was a PR thing. They did some cool stuff with it, but it broke all the time. It was unsafe. I mean, look at the Challenger thing and some other incidents we had, and just
Well, I
just
mean,
was
they had to basically have the whole ablative coating surface redone after every landing.
yeah, it was way too risky, and then it was so goofy. We had to basically first launch it from a plane, right? Remember that? It was on a 747 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And it was just silly. We should have kept the fucking rockets the whole time.
Yeah.
It put us way back. The whole shuttle accident and other dumb things put us back decades.
Yeah. But what they're doing now, especially with SpaceX, I don't know. Again, it's the big kid in me when you see the rocket module landing itself on a barge at sea. It's just like, yeah, this is getting into Jerry Anderson territory now.
It's definitely cool. Yeah. And then you have the other guy with his penis rocket. So
Yeah.
Jeff Bezos, yes.
which couldn't be more symbolic, right? It's just
It is somewhat phallic, yes.
Here's that picture I was telling you about. So on
Oh,
the
wow.
left, that's what they had on the left. Was just this thing, and then that's what they
They've
actually
rebuilt
found.
the image
where's that
to
site
that.
that has that?
No, they didn't rebuild it. They just used digital technology to enhance.
Well, yes.
What we couldn't see. It was there, and that's docking with the lunar lander apparently.
What's the site where they publish those?
It's all. If you just Google NASA images remastered, it's all over the
Remastered,
news
yeah.
today. Yeah.
Cool.
Wow.
But yeah, it's just incredible. And there are detailed pictures of on the moon.
Flash Gordon. Sorry, that's Chris.
Was it Alan?
That's it, Flash Gordon. Yeah.
Was it Alan
Penosaurus.
Shepard that played? He took his golf clubs, or a golf club and a golf ball, and he struck a golf ball on the moon. It was Apollo 16, I think it was.
Got the longest drive in history.
Yes. And they never found the ball. Apparently, they found a picture and they found the ball in this picture.
Wow.
That's how detailed the restoration has been. It's incredible.
Yeah, I personally, I just think if they can start on developing a habitat type system on the moon, then having seen the images coming back from Mars and the Mars rover, it's it's sort of someone's got to go there. I mean, just for the hell of it.
Well, from a cost point of view, launching from the moon is much better from launching from here.
Yes, yes.
I
But I
less
just love
sticky.
the pushing forward of technology, and the fact that it's almost immune to government control now.
Still got an issue with them calling it a Starship, though.
Oh shit! Get off my lawn.
Pedant, yes.
I have some friends that work at NASA, and they work on the L-Cross with the ramming thing that found water in the pole, and this LADEE emission, and this one called LRO, the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, and that took such high-res photos that a couple of my friends in the astronomy club were playing around with Photoshop one day and actually enhanced and found hiking trails on the moon from the astronauts based on all the missions. There was one mission where they actually they didn't have the buggies back then. They had to hand deliver something to, sorry, there's noise in the background. They hand deliver stuff to the space, visit a thing called Cone Crater, and they had to hand deliver a project that when they took off could be covered with dust.
Yeah.
So they had two distinct hiking trails of three guys carrying equipment, and you can see them on these pictures. It's amazing. The resolution was so good. It was just crazy shit. Yeah.
Wasn't there something at some point about a photograph showing some sort of a structure, a bridge? And sort of
The Chinese
trick of
probe.
the light or something.
Yeah. It was one of the Chinese lunar probes.
And it kind of disappeared.
Yeah.
It kind
It's like
of
the face on
collapsed
Mars
away.
thing from the Viking stuff. It's like
Yeah.
You see what you
years
want.
later they found better pictures that didn't look like a face.
Yeah,
So.
forgive me for being cynical for anything that the Chinese produce.
Well, it's chow mein. I mean, why be cynical about chow mein?
Too much MSG. Is it the
I know it exists. I've had it. It's not fake.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
But my favorite is all these people who say, "Look at these pictures. They couldn't possibly be on the moon because it's so dark and everything in there." And then someone did I think it was a Unreal Engine thing.
MythBusters covered it.
Well, they also did an Unreal Engine thing where they actually did all the physics simulations of, the light.
With all the lighting sources. And,
you can move around and see it in real time and go, yeah, that's exactly what happens to the background. Yeah. Because they're just so freaking bright on the ground. Everything stops down.
It's only until you go around, if you go around the dark side, which you tend to do when you go into the orbiter anyway.
Yeah, the albedo of the moon is crazy. I mean, it's very bright.
Then you've got some half chance of seeing some stars and stuff. Because it's like trying to see an LED in a brightly lit room.
Yeah.
Is that fucking on or not? That kind of thing, you know?
Hey, look, I was happy to go and watch some asteroids, so, you know, I'm easily pleased.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, you guys have seen Earth shine on a full moon, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's incredibly reflective.
Yeah.
And it's just scattered light from the Earth. It's not even the sun hitting it. So,
yeah.
I mean, not full moon, new moon. Right near the new moon.
Yeah.
Well, I'm still fascinated by the concept of the eclipse. You know, the fact that there is absolute alignment between the sun, the moon, and the Earth at various points. It's just sort of you couldn't make this shit up, you know.
And you can also get phasing too if you ever watch Venus enough and Mercury. They also go through phases too, which is pretty cool. So you can.
Yeah, it's we are but a speck of dust.
I remember watching something about there was a massive burst of radio waves from some very, very distant source where they thought there wasn't anything. It was supposed to be empty, and it turned out it was a passing star fell into a black hole. Very, very quickly, and sort of like spread out as an accretion disk sort of thing. But there was already something orbiting the black hole. Because you always think of black holes as like, and it's gone. But you can actually orbit around a black hole quite happily. Yeah. They reckon about half the speed of light. Not the ideal body to live on. And because this star had got sucked in, and it caused this large accretion disk with this body going around it.
The other one. Yeah.
It was given these exact pulses, right? Massive bursts of radio waves from this point every 131 seconds.
Wow.
And the brightness was it 10,000 times brighter than the entire light you get from an entire galaxy from this one point.
Wow.
So,
and then was Jodie Foster there with an Eventide H3000?
Yeah, well, they should have sent a poet. Yeah,
sending pictures of the Nazis, right?
Yeah. No, there was actually a little German guy with this big pipe organ going back in orbit.
Yeah.
But even just the concept of a black hole in physics terms is still. I still struggle to get my head around it. It is a phenomena.
Yeah, but the word hole is very misleading. I mean, yeah, all right. You could call it a hole in terms of
but that level of density of a body.
Yeah.
That it
that could grab a star and pull it to pieces. Yeah, it's sort of like what the.
Well, it's really trip. Have you seen the way the galaxies at the supercluster of galaxies when you go way the hell out, and you have normal clusters of galaxies like the Virgo cluster, and the Leo cluster, and the Coma cluster, and all this stuff. If you're into astronomy, you know this stuff. But if you go super far out, way the fuck out there, there's a superstructure of galaxies.
Yeah.
I forgot the name of it now. It's been a while since I studied that stuff, but. There's this order way the hell out there. It's a trip, you know.
Yeah. I mean the whole scale of things is, you know, I joked earlier that you know, we are but a speck of dust.
Oh yeah.
And you know the
we're not that big.
Well,
We're not
yeah,
as
I
big as
mean,
that even.
that
I
could
mean,
be
yeah.
argued, yes.
Yeah.
But again, that draws into the philosophical construct that if we exist, do others.
Well, it's like the whole geological time scale. You know, it's like humans on the time scale of the whole known
Oh,
universe
it's nothing.
on
It's
a
a
calendar with the
second.
last few seconds
Yeah.
of the last day.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's
Then of course there's multiverses.
yeah.
Well, I mean,
I find that quite an interesting concept.
well, the whole time, distance, speed of light thing, relativity, is even though, covered it briefly in physics, it's still, even though I understand the basic principles, it's still a bit of a, okay, this is sort of,
We think
It's
about
out there.
the Forbidden Planet thing is probably the most likely thing that could happen to us in this particular realm. If you fly at incredible speeds towards what we presume is the centre of the universe, because we know which direction it is, you will find these ancient races and Christ knows what else that have either died out or are still knocking about, whatever. As you go, because literally travelling that way is going back in time.
It's the first ones,
Go.
right?
Exactly, yeah. The hand that reaches across the stars.
Yeah.
And all that.
Also, another fun thing too. You guys, people who are moon deniers about traveling to the moon and stuff.
I think
Not-
they deny the existence of the moon.
Oh, there's people who deny the existence of the moon.
The Capricorn ones.
Well, the flat earthers actually believe it's a projection. That's a whole other problem. But I'm serious. It's sad.
Projected
But
onto what?
exactly.
A moon?
Don't even get me started on that. But
Yeah.
if you don't see the LR photos of the hiking trails and the little sundial effect of the stages left on the moon from the shadows,
Yeah.
we put sensors on there that they constantly bounce lasers off of to measure
Yes.
moon distance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that is you can look that up. I mean, it's a real deal. So, what the fuck are they going to say about that?
Well, they'll come up with the same sort of shit. They'll go, so it's like with the tides. It's just a dragon breathing
know.
heavily under the bottom of the ocean.
They don't even believe in gravity. The flat earthers don't even believe in gravity. It's ridiculous.
Oh, good. Can we push them off a tall building?
I wish.
They go,
yes.
you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Well, but believe me, I'm not a flat earther, but I do find it interesting that one way to tie a scientist up in knots is to ask them to actually explain gravity.
Well, that's where the multiverse comes in because it's diluted through multiple dimensions, supposedly. So
Yeah, but it's
Well,
sort
yeah,
of
it's like time,
they
isn't it?
they talk about gravitons, they talk about mass density, etc., and it's still one of those partially answered questions that is accepted as a constant, but has never really actually been answered.
And yet it's demonstrated.
It exists, obviously.
exists,
it has a
yeah.
huge effect on
Yeah.
us, but you can also take a small electromagnet and totally defeat it with very little energy.
Yes.
So
But our gravitational pull, for instance, is very weak compared to that of the moon.
Yes.
Which
is why we're affected. and
kilometre
this
for
isn't.
kilometre.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it is a fascinating thing that in science, people always talk about settled science. Well, gravity is not a settled science. There are people researching
I
it
mean,
all over the world. We know it exists,
But
but
it very
why?
much is a settled science.
Sorry?
It very much is a settled science. However, whether there's only one scalar boson or multiple, that is not determined.
Well, the
gravity
existence of gravity is accepted.
Gravity exists due to mass, the same reason that electromagnetism exists due to electric charge.
But why? It's the why question.
science, you don't ask why. That's the one thing you never ask.
That's why. Well, why there are intrinsic properties, we can't answer. Why doesn't an electron have a charge? Well, we don't know why is there matter in the first place? We don't know. Why was there energy in the first place?
Yeah,
We
why
don't
is
know.
why is philosophy not science?
Yeah, but there used to be the question about the universe should have 5% real matter, and they could only find 2.5%, and we'd only go, well, it's missing. We must be wrong somewhere down the road, and then eventually they'd find it in the filaments. It's basically hiding in the dark places. It turned out. Who knew?
No, but dark matter just means it is stuff the only way we can detect dark matter is with gravity. So the gravity of all the matter that we can otherwise.
No.
So-called missing matter.
No,
yeah,
I don't mean dark matter. I mean this is matter that's hiding in the dark. So it'd be like hydrogen gas and stuff like that, and we just couldn't see it because there was no shit behind it. So we thought because we couldn't see it, it obviously isn't there. Science can be very backwards sometimes. It was only through measuring redshift from pulsars that we were able to discover that it was the other 2.5% of material that was supposedly missing from the universe. If the formula was right, turned out to be where there isn't light. It's not, it's not.
You're limited by your tools, your creativity, and your math, basically.
Yeah, it's only until they worked out that they could precisely measure the redshift.
Oh yeah, it's the known unknowns.
Yeah,
yes.
so you get a constant, i.e., a pulsing quasar, and they were able to work out from the redshift because it was almost practically yellow light by the time they reached to him that how much of these particular kind of particles of gases was. Where they thought there was nothing, it was actually ended up being fucking shitloads of it. And they go, there's the other 2.5. So the calculation, the original calculations for it were right. But it's only once you've got the answer. Up until then.
Oh yeah.
You go, again you go. I refer to the sleeping dragon at the bottom of the Atlantic.
Well, yeah, theories exist until they are proven.
And I still have a problem with it being called stars.
No, theories don't exist until theories exist when they're proven. Until they're proven, they're hypotheses.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yes.
Or
I accept that.
Bullshit, as they also know.
Well, a hypothesis can be bullshit. Yes.
Theory is a very serious thing. It's thrown around like a joke, but it's a very serious thing.
Theory means that is, with all our understanding...
It's consensus.
With all our understanding... It is the most likely explanation. Hypothesis is the initial idea.
Theory is peer-reviewed consensus.
Yes.
Okay.
But people,
but it doesn't
science
mean
deniers
it's right.
will go online all day with all this high tech that needed science to work to talk about how bullshit science is. They use Facebook, they use the internet, they use a camera, the electricity.
Oh, the flat Earth guys using cameras to measure the Earth's curvature.
That's the best. Yeah, they have a special camera that can see what we didn't know before. Yeah. on Earth. Yeah.
But life would be boring if everyone agreed.
That's true, but they get way too much credit
safer.
for bullshit. I mean,
and some of these people do give us the opportunity to laugh very loudly.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's nothing more entertaining than a moron.
Well, who doesn't know that, a moron?
Even better.
Or the question with flat earthers, I always wonder: do some of them actually believe it, or do all of them not quite believe it, but feel they believe it?
Yeah, I mean, like believing in a deity of some kind that you've never seen, you've never really experienced. You've got people have written stories and stuff like that, and you believe that. That's one thing, because there is an unknown connected to that. But when you're living on a fucking globe, and it's a globe.
When the ancient Greeks could know that and measure it, there's a problem when somebody modern can't do it.
Yeah, like you say, with the Greeks and ancient civilizations, even ancient civilizations didn't think they were living on a flat disc, especially a flat disc on top of a fucking tortoise. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And so when you're in today's society and you've got people who are adamantly believing that we live on a flat disc, and the reason the water doesn't run off is because it's all icebergs, And there is even an expedition to walk to the edge of the earth.
But we still have organised religion, so,
Yeah.
you know.
And they say,
What can I say?
yeah, the way the sun shines on the flat surface, some of it's dark and some of it's light. Not quite sure how it gets back round the other side again to do it again, but, you know.
I mean, it's fine if it gives them comfort, it gives them through the day, but they cannot teach that in school as a scientific. This whole, intelligent design stuff is ridiculous.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, you just have to study basic biology to work that out, you know.
The blind watchmaker.
Yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sake, these bloody bots.
Is it back?
Shows how effective the YouTube algorithm is. That
It shows how far the show is going.
they've been reported every single time.
But it's not the same one every single time.
It is.
No, it's not. That's the thing, though. It looks like it is, but it's not.
That means the bot is most likely by the same people.
Oh yeah, it'd be an organisation, but the account that you're blocking is not the same one every time. It's different.
Yes, but one could think that Alphabet, with all their clever people, could have their own way of detecting these bots after they posted the same message 4 times with certain keywords in there. You could, well, first do a timeout. Like
you've got to admit, they are colourful.
Oh yeah, they pretty the place up a bit.
But you put lots of thumbs up and whatchamacallits, little gifty things underneath. It's like, oh, I must click on that. It just says, oh wow, I must. Well, flat earthers would fucking click on it, wouldn't they? I've still got a problem with it being called a starship. All right.
Jeez.
I'm going to get a fucking coffee.
Let it go. I'm going to bed, mate. So I'll see you guys later.
Lightweight.
You're not going
Here,
to
Robbie.
bed.
I am. Yeah, it's I've got to be up.
Mind you, it is 2:30 in the morning.
Oh my God, I had no idea.
I think I should probably go to bed as well, actually.
Well, that's overrated.
I need
The
to
dream of starships.
My glasses
Are you back in Wales, Robert?
Well,
You
back
Carmarthen or?
no, this is my last night in Brecon.
No, Brecon. Oh, okay.
And yeah,
okay.
Off back home tomorrow, and then off to Carmarthen on Monday.
Oh, okay. Well, it's good for you to get out into the real world.
Yeah, well,
What's that?
went up Penny Fan this morning. That was a fun time because it was covered in clouds. So I was just drenched at the top by standing in a cloud, having a view of 20 meters if lucky.
Yeah.
It's the highest peak in South Wales.
Do you wander lonely as a cloud?
That happened to me when I went up the CN Tower in Toronto, and by the time I got to the top, all I could see was cloud. That was a wasted journey.
You went too far.
As is always the case. Anyway, gentlemen,
Yes.
It's been a lovely evening, and I will bid everyone good night.
Yeah, it's 3:30 for Asia Head.
Yes,
he's not
hope
going
you
to
all
make
have
rounds tomorrow at this rate.
Hope you all have a very good weekend. And
Yeah, you too.
if you're around tomorrow night, Kent, let me know, and I'll come in and shoot.
Oh, don't worry. I think YouTube will let you know. Don't worry. Trust me. Yeah, I might do actually, because I'm just having I've got to build a wall unit that's 3 meters by something or other. So it'll take most of tomorrow. And then I go, do you know what? I think I'll just go upstairs.
Yeah. Okay.
Let her watch Burn Notice season season 4 of Burn Notice that she's watching at the moment. God, it looks dated, and it's not that long ago.
Yeah, it's not a good show.
Oh, she's lovely.
I think Bruce Campbell shows out of it, doesn't he? Does Bruce Campbell have a?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, every time I go downstairs and she's watching another episode, and I go, do you know what? The leading lady, fuck me, give her a sandwich, will you?
Yes, she's very thin.
Painfully thin. Thin.
Oh dear.
Right, and gents.
Anyway,
have a good one.
catch you all soon.
See
See you all,
later.
and all
See you
take
later.
care, and probably see
Cheers,
you all
guys.
on the morrow.
Okie dokie.
Yeah.
Well, at least it
Bye.
lands anyway.